To go into executive session.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session to hear a student discipline appeal.
Okay, Mrs. Middleton has made the motion. Ms. Leventis Wells has made a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The motion carries. We will now report to conference room A for executive session. The meeting will come back to order. I would like to inform our audience that our board just left executive session to hear a student discipline appeal. No decisions were made and no votes were taken. We do have a recommendation from administration. Do I have a maker of the motion?
Well, I motion to affirm the decision of the hearing officer and deny the appeal.
Ms. Doolin has made a motion. Ms. Leventis Wells has made a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The motion carries. This concludes our special call meeting. I need a motion to adjourn. Mrs. Doolin has made a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Ms. Anne Marie Middleton has made a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The motion carries. Our special call meeting concludes at 8:56 a.m. and our CAL meeting will begin promptly at 9 a.m. Thank you so much. The meeting will come to order. Welcome to our March Board of Trustees Committee of the Whole meeting. It's great to see everyone present today, and we appreciate you for being here with us. Our first matter of business is the approval of the consent calendar. Are there any corrections to the minutes posted for our committee of the whole meeting on February the 11th, 2025? If there are no corrections, I need a motion to approve the minutes.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms.
Motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, Ms. Middleton has made a motion. Mrs. Doolin has made a second. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The motion carries. Our second matter of business is appearance of visitors. Do we have any visitors today? No visitors, all right. So our third matter of business is instruction, and Ms. Brett, I'm going to ask you to serve as chair of instruction, and you have the floor at this time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stiles. Good morning, everyone. Today, 3.01 is an update on the state designated underperforming and the Elevate schools. Dr. Royster, would you like to start us off with some information on that?
Thank you, Ms. Brett. Just as a reminder, we are compelled by statute to provide quarterly reports, which I think the intent behind that is certainly good. Unfortunately, the reporting timeline for the quarterly reports doesn't align always when we have new information. So some of this will be a review of information you've already seen, and in some cases, it will include new information. We also fold into this report on the Elevate schools, which may not be among those schools upon which we are required to report. So you'll get a report both of the schools that we are required to report based on the state designated underperforming status, as well as our Elevate schools. And as soon as they get all the wires connected over there, I believe, Mr. McCoy, did you have any comments that you wish to make that might occupy a little more time till they get that set up? We're good to go. Okay. So I will turn it over at this time to Dr. McDavid.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to give our quarterly update. This information is familiar, but just as a reminder, we are required under Section 59, 18, 16, 15, Article 16 of our Every Child Succeed Act to perform the quarterly updates. 2024, we had our report card release in October, our stakeholder engagement sessions in November, our turnaround plans were submitted and approved by the board in December. Our continuous improvement process continues throughout the year with quarterly updates as our schools continue to progress with benchmarks and assessments toward improving student achievement. In the outline of this presentation, I'll just review briefly that statute, and we'll talk about our 2024 underperforming schools. In this quarterly update, we'll share on the elementary and middle schools academic achievement data. That will come from our Q2 benchmark progress. For our high schools, although they did have a benchmark in the fall, the most recent data is their first semester end of course. We will also discuss the process for revision and review of the turnaround plans. Again, the Education Accountability Act of 1998 makes this possible with our turnaround plan statute, which was updated in 2022. This law requires that the schools that scored below average or unsatisfactory on the school report card create a plan, share it with the board, have it approved, and then create our quarterly updates. This past fall, we shared with you that with our update, the ratings on the report card, we are only able to share with you today a quarterly update on academic achievement. This represents 35 points at the elementary and middle school levels, 25 of 100 points at the high schools. There are several other areas which constitute the school's report cards. However, we are not able to give you a quarterly update on these metrics. We also want to remind you that some of our schools, Lakeview, Berea Middle, Berea High, Carolina High, and Southside High, are in their second year of identification as an underperforming school. while in 2024, we identified newly identified schools: Alexander Elementary, Armstrong, Duncan Chapel, Hollis Academy, and Tanglewood Middle. The turnaround plans were presented and approved by the board. Today, for this presentation, we will share the academic progress, as I said, from spring 2024, the end of year assessments, to our most recent benchmarks. We will see the color coding on the charts with a red, regression, yellow, no change, or if that comparison exceeds the prior year, again, spring of 2024, it will be coded in green. For the purpose of this presentation, we're going to share all of the elementary schools, then the middle, and then the high, so that we have a continuity of data points that we share. As we share the elementary schools, remember these updates are comparing our winter benchmark data from ELA and math. Looking first at Alexander Elementary School, which is an Elevate school, last year in ELA and math at the end of 23-24, our performance for proficient was 26.2 and 20.1 respectively. Our most recent benchmark window shows progress in that the green indicates growth in ELA from 26.2 to 28.6, and a projection in math of growth from 20.1 to 40%, again, based on our most recent benchmark. In our last board presentation of turnaround plans, the board asked to look at prior year's data. When we consider our benchmarks, Mr. McCoy gave you the illustration that in ELA, our benchmark was comprehensive in that it assessed all the standards throughout the year. In math, it sets a certain subset of standards for each benchmark. So, just as a way of comparison, we are presenting today this chart, which shows not only with the bold around it, we have the summative scores from the end of 2021, 22, the end of 2022, 23. We shared the benchmarks from the last school year, benchmark 1, 2, and 3, and we're also sharing with you that 23-24 SC Ready, again, the summative from which we compared our benchmark results. This gives you an indication of the trajectory and the comparison of prior year's benchmarks. Similarly, at Alexander, we are comparing the SC Ready and the benchmark. Compared to last year's SC Ready scores, the second benchmark indicates that in ELA and math, Armstrong is trending downward. Over time, you will see that the 2022 summative, 2023 end of year, and 2024 end of year, you can see the trend and our results of our benchmark 1 and 2 and the direction of trend at Armstrong. At Duncan Chapel Elementary, when we compare where we were from 2023-24 end of year to our current benchmarks, we again are seeing that there's growth in the area of math, and we see that they're projected in ELA not to be as far along. When you look at this time last year, benchmark 2 to benchmark 2, for example, you can see that we're still not as far ahead as we were in the area of ELA, and in math you see there's a shift. So when we see these in our schools, we're working with our focus teams and our assistant superintendents with academics to ensure that we have plans to modify to make sure our students are making progress in all of the areas. Hollis Elementary is showing progress from last year's SC Ready to this year's second benchmark in growth, and you can see their trajectory over the past 3 years, along with their summative SC Ready scores for the past 3 years. Our middle schools are also projecting based on the second benchmark in ELA and math. It is important to note that our middle school students did not take our Algebra 1 students took the Algebra 1 EOC benchmark. Our Algebra 1 students did not take the 8th grade benchmark because they are in a course called Algebra 1, and that is what they are taking, so it is not included in this data. Berea Middle School, as you can see from SC Ready ELA, they're projecting to grow 2.2 points on this based on the benchmark, and less than 0.7 points in mathematics. Their trajectory over the past 3 years indicates that we have remained fairly stable but are showing some trends upward, at least from the first benchmark to the second. Lakeview Middle School, which is an Elevate school, their projections in ELA and math are also moving forward from the SC Ready 24 end of year data, and you can see on this, based on their second benchmark, our trajectory of growth is trending forward. Tanglewood Middle School has ELA and math as well. We see a little growth in math, and we see a little regression in the area of ELA based on the second benchmark. This is up from the first benchmark, still not where we were at the end of the 23-24 school year. That again is illustrated with the chart. Our high schools, which are in the second year of underperforming, the academic performance here, they did take the benchmark in 2024. They only took one due to Hurricane Helene. And because our fall EOC exams are summative, they don't include all administrations. We're also adding the information for the fall EOCs from prior years. If you will look at Berea High School, you see growth in the areas of Algebra 1 and U.S. History from their 2022-23 end of course. Also this fall, again, it's just an interim, but you see growth in those two areas. Specifically at the high school, and this may be difficult to see, I know you have a copy on your platform. However, when you look at the different areas, for example, Algebra 1, you can see for Berea High School, we're sharing with you the 2023 EOC, which includes fall, spring, and summer. We are looking at the second part, which is our fall 2023 EOC, then our end of year from 23-24, and our fall 24 EOCs. So someone asked, how does this compare from fall of last year, 2024, to fall of the prior year, 2023? And you are able to see in this graphic that for the example of Algebra 1, our fall last year, Berea's Algebra 1 students were at 67%, and this year's fall, which was administered by State Department guidelines, their performance was at 85.3. Similarly, you can see a slight decline from fall of 2023 to 2024 in the area of English, the gray line, 68 to 64. In English, which is the biology, which is the orange line, you can see that there is a slight decline from their EOC of fall to EOC of fall. And then in U.S. history, you will see a sharp increase from their EOC fall 23 to EOC fall 24. This chart gives you the context of, again, that the end of course for the fall is just a snapshot. It's just one subset of students who take the EOC. Another subset of students will take the EOC in the spring, and then another group will take it in the summer. So this is a third of the administration, and you can compare that to the overall for all students, which is the end of year 2023-24, which includes fall, spring, and summer, to the fall of our current year. This one includes all of the benchmark data, and you can look at that more closely if you want to compare those as well. Carolina High School similarly has shown increases in Algebra 1 and U.S. History. In the areas of biology, comparing last year's to this year, they have a little bit of a decline. When you look at the charts, you will see from fall 23 to fall 24, There is a little bit of a decline in 2 areas and an increase in the area of Algebra 1, going from their fall of 23, which was at 44%, the blue line, to their fall of 2024, 76% passing, which is the, on the far right, that is the blue dot indicator. So you'll see that comparison. Again, different students are taking it in different years. However, you'll see the summative compared to just the fall. More data, which includes the benchmarks in between each. Southside High School is our 3rd underperforming high school, and you will see that their growth has taken place in the areas of English 2 and U.S. history, while when you look at the areas of Algebra 1 and biology, we're seeing fewer students passing based on the first administration this fall of the EOC. And again, similar trends in that we're seeing the increase in the area of U.S. history and in the area of English 1, just a little bit over last year, as well as some areas of difference that's not positive. More data, which includes benchmark to benchmark. As our turnaround plans are updated, our deputy superintendent, of course, meets with our principals, supervisors, and academic leadership to discuss our successes and our strategies to support improvement throughout the year. Our assistant superintendents have all held mid-year conferences in which we looked at the data and discussed the strategies that are in place and offered support as well as suggestions for how we might monitor the strategies and make adjustments as needed. On the monitoring of strategies in December and January, our academics teams came alongside leadership to conduct instructional rounds, visiting the classrooms and monitoring the effectiveness and the impact on student learning of what we decided to do on our turnaround plans in the fall. We checked to see, is that getting us the desired result? In cases where it is, we continued and doubled down. In cases where we wanted to see additional growth, we made some mid-year tweaks. Our professional development plans have also been reviewed, and some of the strategies shifted to make sure that we are implementing them in a way that will meet our current students' needs. And the curriculum supports. Our academics team looks at the benchmark results as well as the end of year to provide the direction across the entire district and at our sites to see where there are additional opportunities to master for the teachers in their planning and delivery, and especially for our students. Where do our students get opportunities to master standards that they miss first semester before they take the end of year and the third benchmark in the second semester? So you will see from curriculum supports and academics, SPOwer reviews. At our schools, they're hosting workshops for students for EOCs. We have ongoing intervention with the district and Title I provided interventionists, and we're implementing before and after school supports for students. And now we have time for questions.
Thank you, Dr. McDavid. Do we have any questions? All right. We'll start with you, Ms. Middleton.
Thank you. I feel like I'm a little confused here, and you'll have to explain to me, Charlotte. On these percentages, when we talk about benchmarks, what does that mean, a benchmark?
Thank you. Every school in South Carolina has to complete formative assessments throughout the year. So for Greenville, South Carolina, Greenville County Schools, we use a format called Instructure, TE21, which is an item bank that we have used and identified. The performance on the benchmark is correlated to the performance on the end of the year by upwards of 95%. So it's very closely correlated. So our students, in a window in October, every student in Greenville County Schools in the tested areas 3 through 8 and high school, they take a benchmark or a mini assessment. That is one that the district administers. It is in a format that is similar to SC Ready or EOC in that it is online, and we do it in a testing environment, providing accommodations and supports for students to take that. That gives us an idea of how well our students are doing at mastering the standards. We receive that data as formative and informative. So we take that data and we look at which standards our students have mastered as a school, our projections for how many of our students are projected to be proficient at the end of the year, and we look at individual students to see where they may need remediation or support. So we're giving them a benchmark or mini assessment similar to the one they will receive at the end of the year with SC Ready or end of course. Those tests are aligned. We give them a subset of that so that we can decide or figure out what we need to do to help them to do better. In many cases, you will see in prior years from a benchmark, for example, in what we're seeing on this one, from benchmark 3 to SC Ready, there's a little bit of an uptick. That is because our teachers take the information from the benchmark, decide what they need to reteach, which students they need to remediate and support so that we can project what they might score, but if we support them, they may score better. This is our way of learning before the end of the year how our students might perform on the achievement portion of our report cards.
So the benchmark is basically a kind of like a baseline?
It's a baseline, but it's also a progress check.
Okay.
It's our progress check to see how our students, if we gave SC Ready or end of course today, how might our students perform? So this indication tells us that when they take the benchmark, if we were to give it today, this is how many students, the percent of students that may be proficient, as in meets or exceeds on SC Ready.
So the benchmark is not the goal. The benchmark is just the basis of what we're seeing in our students.
Yes, it's how we're able to monitor progress and inform our decisions for improving our improvement plans or our turnaround plans.
If I might, Ms. Milton, the benchmarks are predictive to the SC Ready test. So those are like last time they did that study, it was 92 to 95% predictable. So when we get those, we know that, if it's 82% proficient, that means that 82% of our students are on track to pass the state assessment at the end of the year. For those standards that was tested, we don't obviously we don't test all standards every quarter or every benchmark, but for those standards that were taught, if 82% of the kids are on track to be proficient, then that means with a 92% confidence around that level, that's how many kids would score at that time proficient on the state assessment.
So the percentages we're seeing, like I'm looking right now at Alexander Elementary, and they have shown improvement, but they're saying that 28.6% in ELA, that means that 28.6% of the students are proficient. That's what that percentage means.
Are predicted to be proficient on the state assessment at this time of the year.
So they passed like 28% of the test. So they failed 80% of the test.
So 28% of the kids of that students, 28% of the population of students have passed that test, that benchmark. So 28% of them are predicted to pass the SC Ready test in the spring.
Okay.
And that will go up as you can see from there usually. That will typically trend up. That second benchmark sometimes for some reason does dip. The first and third. The third is the most predictable because that's our cumulative benchmark. So that one coming up in, I believe it's coming up soon actually, in March here, that one is actually the most predictive because it literally is the cumulative of the whole year. And then teachers will have about 4 weeks to look at those results and figure out, okay, I've got to go back and reteach this, or maybe we did this in September and the kids have kind of forgotten it, so we're going to go back and circle back around and reteach it again, so the kids will remember it. So you'll see that from that third benchmark when we do the analysis, let's say it's 42% of the kids, almost always more percentage of kids actually pass the test because teachers have had time to remediate and see what standards weren't mastered so they can help kids score better.
So, what was I gonna say? Okay, so this makes me feel very nervous because this is like saying that, what is a normal? Like I think of tests as normally passing, kids should get like 60, 70% of the kids should be proficient to move on. But we're saying that 60, 70% of the kids are unproficient. Is that what we're saying?
It's six, it would be that percentage of students that aren't necessarily on track to score meets or above on the SC Ready test.
And what is like, what does SC Ready, this is a state test.
Correct.
So what does the state think would be a decent, like a normal score, like an average score?
So if Dr. McCreary's here, he may be able to answer that better, because it's not, you can't really think of it as like a normal test that you would give in your
Don't
classroom.
think of it that way.
Because the state average, for example, and I don't have those state averages, we can pull those for you, but for example, the district average for ELA across elementary, for example, is 60-something%, I believe. So that's the average across. When we're higher than the state. So the state is below that. So you can't think of that on a normal class, in your classroom as a science teacher, a 67 would probably be a D or an F failing, in the classroom. But you can't really look at it quite that way for the SC Ready test, because it's a projection of college and career readiness is what that test is for.
So it's a large pool.
Correct.
Okay. I was a little concerned about it looks like ELA, it looks like we're kind of struggling, doing good in math, but struggling a little bit in ELA. Although even doing a little better, but still.
Yeah, so, and Alexander, do remember, Alexander is one of the Elevate schools, so they've had, a new faculty change this year, so they are still trending up from where they were on the SC Ready. They're still projected to do better on the SC Ready, but they are new faculty getting, a whole new, I don't want to say a whole new school started, but they are a whole new instructional team, if you will, at that school level.
So when we look at this, we may be considering in the future, more schools need to go to the Elevate program.
I don't know that more, we have a 3-year model for Elevate, 4-year actually, 4-year model for Elevate, so we can study that. This is really just the first year of it. We're not even finished with 1 year of the Elevate model yet. So, that's the reason Dr. Royce put that in for 4 years. So that after 3 years, it takes research-based, it takes 3 years to make any significant change. So after that 3 years, that 4th year they'll do, but we'll have 3 years worth of data that we can now come back to the board and share. These are the results of implementing this Elevate model at these 2 schools.
Okay. But these scores do not factor into a student's grades.
An SC Ready, they do not. Now, EOC scores, they are 20% of the student's grade.
Okay.
So any high school course, biology, algebra 1, English 2, and US history do count 20% of their grade.
Okay. Very good. Thank you for this explanation. Appreciate it. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Middleton. Thank you, Ms. Middleton. Dr. Stiles?
Thank you, Charlotte. And first, I'd just like to say a big shout out to Lakeview. I was really impressed with the improvement there, and I just would like to make a point and then ask a question. First off, as a former principal, there's one thing that I've realized over time in a very successful school is that the higher level of the active engagement of the students promotes student achievement. That's a well-known fact. And so I did see that quite a bit at Lakeview. I was very pleased when I went inside the room. The students were engaged in small groups, and they were doing activities where they were actively engaged in the learning. Everybody was an active participant. So I think that is a key to improvement in these underperforming schools, active learning. And sometimes, so often, that teachers believe that active learning is when the teacher is standing in front of the room and asking the students questions, and typically the students who have their hands raised. I see that on occasion. And so I wonder 2 things. First off, do we make it a point to train these underperforming schools, their teachers, their professional development, and strategies to actively engage the students in the learning? When students are actively engaged, no one can sit quietly in that room and just not be disruptive, but not be engaged. You have no idea what's going on in that student's mind. So when you're actively learning, you know that every student is involved in the learning. So one of my questions is, do we have professional development for these schools that really help teachers? And that's not really an easy skill for a teacher. A lot of times teachers need supports to learn how to actively engage students in the learning. Do we have professional development? And my second question would be, in the instructional walkthroughs, how much of a focus is there on active learning, and how much feedback is given to a teacher in regard to this strategy?
Thank you. The first question, do we provide professional development for teachers on strategies to actively engage students? That is yes. We work with our academics team throughout the year to ensure that we have structures in place in planning lessons and administering lessons, delivering those that engage our students. Each school has a theory of action which embeds some sort of professional development directed towards a problem of practice or a theory of action. We will see in some of our schools some directly correlated with student academic discourse, with students actually using the academic language in discourse and answering questions and working with each other. We have also in the area of letters and the professional development provided from the state in most of the schools, elementary schools that are listed, those strategies are engaging students in the active portion of reading, speaking, listening, and engaging with the lesson in ELA. So yes, that professional development is not only provided, but when we see instruction being delivered, when we give teachers feedback, we use a tool that when we do our focus meeting, our assistant superintendents review not only the instructional rounds when we go in as an academics team, but we review what happens on a daily basis, weekly basis, when members of the instructional leadership team at the school are doing their observations. Our goal is for teachers to receive regular feedback throughout the year, and for those who struggle with the areas of implementation, we engage them in coaching cycles. That is the instructional coach and or the academics coach, academic specialist, engages the teacher in a 6-week cycle to help them to shift their lessons to engage students in such a way that they're able to give that into small groups. You visited Alexander, for example. She told you that one of the strategies of their look fors were small groups. Our teachers were attempting to address the whole class. We wanted to be sure that small groups were being instructed using the framework for letters and our literacy model, our literacy framework. Some teachers required some coaching for that. So that happens, and the teachers receive feedback that is directly pointed to what we consider those look fors to be, which includes active engagement, along with the areas they have received professional development on and or coaching on. So yes, professional development, and in that instructional focus area, we do include the active lesson with actually a bit more specificity in what we need to see from students in each type of classroom, ELA or math, science or social studies.
Thank you so much. And going back to, my comments on active learning, and again, I feel like that is critical for underperforming schools. Do we have training in our summer academy that would support teachers with engagement strategies for students and how to be effective at that? I really see that as an area of critical need, and as a former principal, I know that's something I continually worked on with my staff. I just wondered if, all teachers could really benefit. And a lot of that active learning is also using the arts to actively engage students, not just small groups. It moves way beyond small groups. So is there anything, or have we focused on that in summer academies, or is that something we will focus on for the future?
So one thing I would say, Dr. Stiles, if you look, I don't think you'll find anything in the Summer Academy catalog called active learning, but when I've looked at those sessions every year, because as you know, teachers, they present those, not necessarily the district level, but if you look at those sessions, a lot of those sessions, that's what teachers are doing. It's just maybe a little bit more focused on a certain content area, or sometimes even a certain unit. A teacher might be presenting how she, brought history to life or something through a unit, but that's really what it is that active learning piece of it. I know also for our new teachers and GATE, induction teachers, the one that Julie Woodhouse and Candace Moore work with, as well as Sarah Evanson with the international teachers. That's a lot of their job as well at those big institutes that they do, is really teaching teachers how, particularly GATE, that may not have had the formal training, if you will, on teaching, really how to kind of engage students through some of those strategies. So that'd be probably the bigger place you'd see that happening. But then Summer Academy, you're going to see you're going to see more specific things teachers are doing that really goes back to what you're talking about.
Thank you so much, and I look forward to future school visits. And that's one of the things that I will be personally focusing on is the level of active engagement of our students. Again, thank you for your comments, and thank you for your focus in that area. And I hope we will continue to work on that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stiles. Mr. Cochran?
Thank you. On slide 29, I'm pretty sure it is. I know we've talked about the benchmarks a good bit this morning and at other times. What really strikes me as highly unusual there is going from towards the end of the chart there with the semester one benchmark for this past year in the fall.
Carolina High School.
Thank you.
Then going on into the fall EOC score. And I realize, I think it was mentioned earlier that normally these benchmarks have about a 92 to 95% predictability as far as the future results. But in these cases, like with biology, the benchmark was 89%, which of course is outstanding. But then, if it was within even 10%, maybe it wouldn't be too far out there. But from 89 to 40.9, it seems like that had no predictability whatsoever. And then same thing with U.S. history, not quite to that extent. But going from 77% to 40%, again, the predictability there was just awful. I noticed with the other high schools, it wasn't quite, there's a case or two where there was some discrepancy, but not nearly to the point here that we have with Carolina High School this time. So I'm just wondering, is there anything that we have been able to pick up from that went wrong? Why the benchmarks, we were doing so well with that first benchmark, but then the EOC results did not come in anywhere close to what that benchmark was predicting.
In subjects such as biology and U.S. history, you have certain segments. And so in U.S. history, for example, there's a certain segment. We typically in the fall have 2 benchmarks per semester. The first benchmark was given. The second benchmark would have been given immediately following Hurricane Helene. So the school did not do that benchmark. While they, on the first half of the standards were projecting, the benchmark did not assess all of it. The benchmark assessed for that first benchmark all that the teacher had taught by the first benchmark. With the second benchmark, which we did not take because of the hurricane, we only had, with our outage, we would have had, I think it was Mr. Foster, it would have been 3 weeks and they would be given the test. It was too tight of a turnaround, so we did not give that second benchmark. So while there was instruction that took place on specific units in the areas of U.S. history and biology, we did not have the same benefit of doing a benchmark on that. That particular unit was also disrupted by the hurricane. Then we went to our final exam series with a short turnaround, and we did see a decline, but teachers did not have the same opportunity. Some subjects, such as Algebra 1 and English 2, those are more cumulative in nature, so you won't see the same level of these first 2 units or first 3 units out of 6 having one level of performance and the next having a lower. Those are more spiral. They build upon each other in English 1, so you see more stable. So different not having that second benchmark, but it was more stable. So Hurricane Helene in this past fall, for the EOC, not having the second benchmark was of detriment. I would encourage you to look back at the prior year where the benchmark, fall benchmark 2 to fall benchmark 2 to fall EOC, where those numbers, while they were a little bit different, they were a lot closer. They were a lot closer to the second benchmark to the EOC. But last year in the fall, we did not have that second benchmark, upon which we build units, remediation, they do workshops. A lot of work happens to build student proficiency in areas that we then know they need to work on.
If we go back to slide 26 for just a moment.
Which school is that?
With Berea High. So same basic information just for Berea High relative to Carolina. Now again, when we look at the biology here, so we had the same benchmark and the end results, and then with history, again, I'm assuming same basic benchmark was given at both schools, but in this case, it did a pretty good job of predicting. So again, my thoughts are, with Berea, it was about what you would expect it to be. But with Carolina, like I say, there was just that vast chasm. And so it seems like maybe there certainly seems to be some room there to dig in and figure out why was Berea High School able to basically do as well as it would have been predicted on that first benchmark, and yet Carolina, like I say, it wasn't predictive at all. And I understand what you're saying about we didn't get to do the second benchmark, but again, here we clearly have two schools that the same basic benchmark was given, and yet in one case it was very predictive. In the second case, it wasn't at all.
Yeah, Mr. Cochran, I do want to point, I understand what you're saying, but we have to report this to the state this way. This would not be something normally we would tell you to compare the fall benchmark to the fall EOC, because you're missing an entire benchmark in there. So the second benchmark is really what's going to be fully predictable for the fall EOC. So certainly we could dig in to figure out why Carolina's was closer, Berea's was closer and all that, but at the end of the day, that second benchmark is the one that's predictable. That first benchmark is just showing them on the standards that you just taught, how many kids are proficient towards that fall EOC. That second benchmark is actually the cumulative of everything. That's just like giving the EOC test. So that's going to be your most predictable, the one that was missing for the fall, obviously. So when you look back like at the elementaries and middles, that last benchmark for us, which will be this one coming up, will be the one that's most predictable. That's that 92% predictability. The ones previous, you can't really predict to the final test because you're only doing a subset of standards. You're doing this many standards versus the whole.
Right, like I said, I certainly understand that it's not going to be as predictive, but when you're talking like 80% and then the final results are 40%, it wasn't in any way, shape, or form. It seems like even with half of the standards taught, if you give a test after half the standards and you're at 80%, you're not generally going to drop off to 40 if you did nothing during that second half and the kids retain most of what they knew to begin with. I mean, again, I know it would depend on how many questions come from each section and all that, but still, I mean, you would expect if a kid had missed those last few weeks, they might still, if it was a kid that had scored 80 on the first benchmark, they might still be able to score 39 or 40 theoretically.
Possibly.
But the whole group, you certainly would not expect to have went from 80 to 40.
And if we see on those, again, we look across the district. So if we see those anomalies at a school, we typically ask the principal to investigate that, because that can be something that happened in the classroom. And again, these schools are smaller, so that can be one teacher that could be, or that could be two teachers that makes up that, versus at a larger school, of course, that would be 4, 5, 6 teachers that are making up those test scores. So it does matter. While we try to control that test, we don't release it at certain times. In the past, what we found that will impact the predictability, for example, is if a teacher's reviewing a benchmark before giving the benchmark. Well, that's going to impact your predictability because kids have a preview of what the test questions are, so that's going to be a higher predictability than the actual test is. So when we see those anomalies, we do have schools investigate. We would not typically, though, do that because we never compare benchmark 1 to the fall for the final test. Where we would investigate those would be more where you're doing benchmark 2 for high school compared to the EOC at the end. If we see that same, to your point, if you see that same drop or that same way off, if it's across the district, then we are looking actually at the company to say, our predictability is way off on here. Like, we don't have a predictability this year. That happened last year with, I think it was biology last year. There was a test last year that we saw 30, 40% points off across the district. Well, that obviously is not us. So that was something that they saw statewide that companies had to rectify to see why was that predictability so off. But on a individual school, if you see a big difference from second benchmark to the final EOC, that's when we are asking the schools or us to help look at why is that predictability so off for one school? Because you're right, it shouldn't be that way for one school. One school's right on predictability and one's 30 points off.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. Without any objection, I would like to add another 8 minutes to the time, please. And we have Ms. Mosley joining us on Zoom today. And Ms. Mosley, I understand you have a question? Not real sure if we can hear you, so let's see how this works.
Can they hear me? Hold on. Can you hear me? Oh, help.
Ms. Mosley, you may need to text me if we can't get you. Okay. She's saying hold on, so maybe she's trying from her end too.
Okay. Okay.
All right, she says her audio is on but not working. Ms. Mosley, why don't you just text me your question if there's any way to do that?
Okay.
Oh, there you are. We just heard you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we got you.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. Okay, so real quick, with the exception of three of the with the exception of one of the elementary schools, I noticed, first of all, congratulations on all the math gains and all the gains across the board. Can you remind me why we might be seeing, it looks like we have some significant math gains in some of those schools. Did the standards change at that level?
Well, they are changing.
Or they are changing?
So
I'm just curious as to why, like, it seems that that's what stood out for me.
Yeah, I will tell you, Ms. Mosley, across the district, there has been a big focus on math. If you remember coming out of the pandemic, we were kind of really struggling to bring back the gains that we had prior to the pandemic. So there has been kind of a renewed focus on math. Unfortunately, this will be the last year we'll be able to see probably those gains in a comparison way at least, because that test next year will be changing with the new standards.
Okay, and so shifting to ELA, where are we? I know the letters training is a 2-year process, if I remember correctly.
That's correct.
Are all of these schools, but I also know we piloted some schools before others, so where are we in some of that training with the schools that are represented here?
Sure. So 9 of our elementary schools would have completed year 2, or will be completing year 2, I should say, this year. So they're in year 2 of the training. The majority of the districts, so the other schools or other 50 or 40 so schools, they actually are completing year 1 right now. So they'll start their year 2 next year.
Okay, so Jeff, are we thinking within a 3-year cycle we'll see progress? And I mean, I guess I'm wondering, at what point do we recognize if that's translating into our ELA scores?
So we're going to have a little bit of a challenge with that as well, because the test changes this year for ELA. So there's not going to really be able to be comparison, most likely to prior years with that. So, anytime we change a test, with the amount of standards, rigor, and level that's changing, it's difficult to go back and compare anything. So unfortunately, it'll be very difficult, at least, to compare next year's test scores this year's test scores with previous, just because of that test change.
I think it's also important to note that the cut scores can't change within the same test.
Correct.
And I don't know, Dr. McCrary, how frequently do the cut scores change?
Cut scores changes anytime there's new standards introduced. That's just part of their process. And the EOC, which they do that work, they can make it higher, lower, or the same.
I can't hear him.
Basically, he's saying anytime the standards change, which the standards could change without the test itself changing.
Right.
So they continually move the cut scores.
Test changes this year.
In other words, what what constitutes proficient?
Right, that's right. So we can have a school that was not underperforming last year make the same scores this year, but be considered underperforming because they changed the cut. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay, so it's a little difficult when it seems like the only constant is change. So
That's correct.
Are we, does the state ever hold the standards, the testing consistent enough for us to truly know whether what we're doing is working?
So I would say that it's uncommon for it to go more than 3 years without some sort of change either in the standards and or the test.
I'd just say no.
Well, but I think that's important to point out because a lot has been made that we've had a lot of schools be added to the underperforming category this year, and yet even though we're not satisfied with their results, it's not that they may not be underperforming any more than they have in any other year, other than the state changed the criteria or the cutoff point or whatever, right? I mean, am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. In fact, they could moderately improve and that also be true.
Right, because they could improve, but then the cutoff changed to where now they're under, okay, all right. That's interesting. All right, so I'm, like everyone, I'm very happy to see the progress of our Elevate schools. I don't know if it's too early to ask this question. It might be, Dr. Royster, but do you envision, with the progress we're seeing in those two schools, us applying that model in any of our other schools that we may see here?
I think it would be too early to reach that conclusion because we don't actually have a year-end test. We don't actually have any trend data, but I think what we have seen to this point would be encouraging, that we certainly don't believe that it is not being effective. Every indication is early on that it's effective.
Okay. All right, well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thanks, Ms. Brett. I'm done for right now.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Do we have any more questions? All right, Ms. Morrison-Bear.
I'm not quite sure how I want to ask the question, but I guess I just want to make it simple. In our target schools, do all of these teachers have mentor teachers? I know we have instructional staffs and all of that, but do all of these teachers have mentor teachers, experienced mentor teachers?
So anybody that would be under a mentor model, so if anybody's in their first year, their induction year, their national teacher year, those folks would have mentors. Now, every teacher in the school would not have a mentor, but your most inexperienced teachers, if you will, would have a mentor, yes, and additional support.
Okay, and then my second question is, what do we as Greenville County, do the students at these schools, is it mandatory that they do summer school programs? I know elementary schools do the summer school, but do we also have summer school programs for the middle and high school students?
So Charlotte can talk a little bit about the programs in middle and high. We do have, or middle particularly. Elementary, we are under the Read to Succeed requirement for third grade. So third grade doesn't have as much of an option. Well, they do. I mean, their option is they don't attend summer school, they have to repeat third grade. So that's a little bit more teeth from the state as far as, where they're sitting as far as required summer school. For middle and high, we do have summer school for those students that we're inviting and saying, you really need to come. And in some cases, certainly those kids, if they don't go to summer school, would either have to repeat in middle school the grade or in high school repeat the course. So requires a little bit of a, we can't make them come like we can in third grade necessarily, but there'll be consequences, of course, if they don't come potentially where they wouldn't pass the grade or the course. They have to take it later on. We do have other courses, other programs Charlotte may want to talk about for middle school particularly.
The board is perhaps familiar with the Bell Excel program funded through United Way. We recruit students to Bell Excel based on SC Ready performance and or performance throughout the year. We use our EWRS criteria first to find students who are in the area of red with attendance, behavior, and course grades. We add to that those students at the 3 Title I middle schools who are listed here also as underperforming. We recruit the students who are in the bottom 20th percentile to attend. This is in addition to having host sites for throughout the district, but the 3 schools listed here will have students who are failing a grade plus students who are invited to participate in Bell Excel for remediation and support in reading and math, in addition to enrichment throughout the 4 weeks of summer. That is above and beyond what is done at the other middle schools.
Thank you very much for that information. It just seems like we're chasing a moving target. And I'm trying to think of how will we ever catch up? You know, the test is changing, children are changing, the movement even between the schools with the children. Then you have summer and they come back and you have to start all over again. So, I mean.
Yeah, the summer, as you know, Ms. Morrison-Fair, from the past, the summer really where the summer helps is, of course, you see the results every year. So we do have certainly some really good results coming out of summer. Of course, for elementary, they're going all day for the most part, as required by Read to Succeed. For middle and high, it really helps recover that credit, but it also helps with that summer slide we talked about. Really, our summer programs are really meant in that really short 4-week block is really just to prevent the kids from sliding backwards. Certainly there's some gains, but we know the research really says in that short amount of time, what you're really targeting is maintaining. And so they're not falling behind and starting behind the next school year.
Thank you.
Well, that was just in the nick of time. Thank you, Ms. Morrison-Fair, and thank you, Dr. McDavid and Mr. McCoy, for that presentation. I think it was really good information for all of us. And that concludes 3.01. We move on to 3.02, which is the Future Teacher Academy overview. A little information about that. The Future Teacher Academy is a strategic high school recruitment program aimed at recruiting students into the field of education. The FTA allows students to immerse themselves in learning about the education career while at the same time interacting with students and performing activities teachers do every day. We're excited about this presentation from Ms. Turner and Mr. McCoy. And Dr. Royster, do you have anything to add to that?
Only thing to add, you did a very good job summarizing what they're going to talk about. One thing I would note, several times this year, students from this program have spoken at the board meeting. And so we felt like this was a good time to present more in-depth information. Though you've heard them speak about it, you've heard us talk about establishing a career pathway for teaching so that we can really maximize growing our own from within the system. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. McCoy. Has any comments? I'll turn it over to Mr. McCoy and Ms. Turner.
Thank you, Dr. Royce. The only comment I do want to mention, if this is your first time meeting Rachel Turner, I don't think it is. She's been at the board meetings many times, but I do want to publicly commend her for the amazing work she's done with the Future Teacher Academy. You're going to see this in the numbers. In the work. It took us a little bit of time to finally convince her to come up here and do this work at the district level. But I think what you're going to see is that she has made tremendous gains, not just in the teacher, the Expressway to Tigertown numbers, but just across the board in the Future Teacher Academy and the work that she has done and continues to do with our students. So she was an amazing teacher, and she's an amazing administrator now helping other teachers grow their own programs for future teachers. So I'll turn it over to Rachel.
Thank you, Jeff. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the time to spend to speak with you all too. I have been here quite a bit just for meetings and bringing my students, but just as Mr. McCoy mentioned, to see the growth in this program, it's very exciting. So I'm excited to share it with you in a time when we really need teachers. The point behind our program is to recruit and to grow our own here in South Carolina. So we established a mission and a purpose for the Future Teacher Academy, and number one is to prepare our students who are interested interested in teaching with relevant and engaging hands-on experiences. Number 2 is to support those students through dual enrollment classes, district-wide workshops, and to provide collaboration and cooperative learning opportunities for them. And finally, to inspire them, to pair them with an experienced teacher in the field for field placement, and then ultimately to encourage them to return to Greenville County Schools to teach, which is our biggest goal. So in this program, it is a 3-year, 3-tier program if you were to participate in all 3 years. Beginning your sophomore year, we established a World of Education honors class. This was an innovative course that was passed a couple years ago. We had our first class last year at Malden High School and one at Wade Hampton High School. And now we have grown where this program is now in 10 high schools this year. So we've increased from 24 students participating to 168. In this program, it introduces them to the idea of teaching. They learn about growth and development of students. They learn about learning needs for all levels from preschool through high school, exceptionalities in education, looking at special education in addition to gifted and talented students. We look at school support services. So what in a school beyond a teacher supports the school? So we look at all the levels of, those that are the secretaries, the bookkeepers, the custodial staff. What is it that supports a school? And then finally, we look at school community partnerships, where we are looking at the PTA, the school improvement councils, public education partners. What are there in existence in the community that partners with our schools? So this is our first year in 10th grade for World of Education. How does it connect to the real world? These students are exposed to speakers that come into their classroom, teachers, administrators, district personnel that share personal experiences of what teaching is like. Every unit ends with a field trip that takes students to see hands-on real stuff. For example, let me make a list of where we went. A couple places that they've gone over the years, they've visited Sue Cleveland and the Washington Center to see differences in how students are taught according to their levels. We've been to the Children's Museum downtown to look at the importance of play. We've been to Rudolph Gordon schools that gives them elementary and middle school experience. And we've been to several child development centers. So at the end of each unit, the students are able to participate in a field trip to see what they have learned. All of the units are project-based, so there are no tests or quizzes, but everything is based into a project that's then connected to the community. What I mean by that, when we're learning about growth and development in children, the students may create children's books that are then shared with their local elementary schools. One school in particular turned the giraffe that can't dance, I think is what it is, into a play. And they performed that play to their local elementary school. They even recorded it and sent videos to some of their other elementary schools to enjoy. When we get to the middle school unit, a lot of students have created videos for their middle school students of here's what to expect when you get to high school. When you come to our high school, here's where the school cafeteria is, here's the hallway, here are the rules. And so everything that they do is relatable to students in the community. We also did, if you'll see in the pictures, there's some special education partnerships on the top right. This is the World of Education class that's partnering with the special education class at Woodmont High School. And they are doing some hands-on activities, I believe it was around October, with a pumpkin decorating contest and actually carving those pumpkins and working together in collaboration and just social interactions with some of those students as well, which is great. Okay, we also do community and school service projects. So students learn early on about grant writing, the importance of funding within schools. So they participate in a grant writing process that may or may not be real, but a couple in particular were real. The PTA at Malden High School funded some of the grants that the students wrote. So they were able to create a beautiful sensory garden for their special education students and regular students to meet together. So they put some swings up, they planted some flowers, they created what they called buddy benches, and I had some really good social time with those students based on that. We also collected donations for the Washington Center and helped students over there as well. So everything that we do within the World of Education has a purpose beyond just the textbook. Okay, so So during their junior year then, students are encouraged to participate in the dual enrollment programs through Clemson University. So we have 4 over the course of 2 years. The 2 that are offered for juniors are Ed 1400 Experiencing Education and Ed 1500 Experiencing Teaching, which I'll get to in a minute. Ed 1400 is a 3-hour education course for 11th graders. There are 5 units: growing as a learner, growing in exceptionalities, in content, in practice, and growing through reflection. So you can see how these units build on what they have learned in the world of education, but now we are applying it in the classroom. So as far as students participating, this was formerly our teacher cadet program several years ago, and now we have fully transitioned into Ed 1400 through Clemson University. We had 7 schools participating last year. This year we have 14 high schools that have the Ed 1400 dual enrollment program in their schools, which is quite a growth. The Real World Connection, as I mentioned, they receive 3 hours of education credit through Clemson. They also participate in a 20-hour minimum field placement working with a teacher in the local community. They also give 20 hours of volunteer service where they're volunteering for programs in their schools or in their community that are related to education. At the end of the year, they present a portfolio to a panel based on their experiences in the classroom and what they have learned. This is in the fall of their junior year. Then students have the opportunity to participate in Ed 1500 in the spring of their junior year, which is a full semester continuation of field placement. This is 3 hours elective credit through Clemson University. During this semester, students will contribute a 50-hour minimum and a 50 contact minimum in the field, which means they are participating in their schools 50 different days or 50 hours total. At the end of the semester, they present a portfolio based on what they have done, their experiences, and what they have learned. If you'll notice, last year we had 3 schools participating. This year we're up to 10 schools. And it's been tremendous. Now, these students work every day in the field with their teachers. So very rarely are they at the high school in actual content classes. So they might check in with their teachers once a week or a couple times a month. So what we've put together at the district level is a junior cohort district workshop. What I do is to put together all of our juniors who are in this program for one specific targeted professional development. We've done 3 of them. We offer 1 a month. The first one that we offered was the places that you can go. This was held at MT Anderson. The idea was to expose our juniors to, if you're going to return to Greenville County Schools to teach, which is what we want, where can you teach? What can you see? Where can you go? And so we highlighted, for example, the Washington Center, the Fine Arts Center, all the career centers, the Child Development Centers, the Innovation Center. Where can these students come back and teach? What do we offer? And they were very excited about it. So we invited representatives from each of the schools to come and present. Then we set up booths for the kids to go and visit each of those places to ask more information. And then we closed with lunch with teacher roundtables. So the students got to sit and have lunch and talk one-on-one with teachers in the community to find out, what is this job really like? And they loved it. They really learned a lot from it. The second workshop we offered was the Dash Dance Party. This was through Instructional Technology at MT Anderson. Jasmine Ford led a session on how to code robots in elementary classrooms. And so the kids learned how to incorporate more technology into their lessons. So they designed lessons at first grade standards, fourth grade standards, and middle school based on what we're studying right now in March. So they could design lessons that they could then take back to their classroom and assist their instructors and say, hey, here's what I've learned. Let's try this with our students. And then in March, we are working with Stephanie Galloway and Katie Deloso here in the district for Full Steam Ahead. These students will be exposed to how to teach with STEAM lessons. We'll be at the CTE Innovation Center in Roper Mountain so they can observe, and then they'll have a hands-on lesson. So again, they can learn how to teach using the resources that Greenville County offers, assisting their cooperating teacher, but then ultimately in the future to come back as well. And this is just our junior cohort. So these juniors have now received 6 hours of college credit, and they're excited about teaching, and they can come back their senior year and do more. And that is Tier 3. So this is Ed 2400 and Ed 2500, again through Clemson University. It's Ed Practicum 1 and Ed Practicum 2. You can see by comparison, last year, again, we had 3 schools participating. This year we have 12 schools, and we have 118 seniors participating in this program. 3 hours of credit through Clemson University. We also focus on a lot of our teaching standards. standards. So we are working with these students on EEDA, or Education and Economic Development Act standards 5, 6, and 7, which is focusing them in on contextual learning, making everything relevant to the world. Hands-on, how does it connect real-world learning? They focus on cooperative learning, and then they focus on learning styles. So they are doing things in high school that most students are doing when they're juniors in college, and they're preparing early. We also look at ADEPT standards for South Carolina, specifically with instructional strategies, classroom environment, and professionalism. So they are learning about the importance of those while they're still students. They also participate in 20 hours of professional development, which means every Monday in their high schools, we bring in speakers to talk with them specifically about teaching strategies, or they have workshops in their classroom with their teacher about how to design lesson plans and implement them throughout the week. So whatever they learn on Monday, they apply in the field Tuesday through Friday. So beginning week 1, they are working with a teacher in the community 4 days out of the week. So whatever they learn on Monday, they're implementing throughout the week. This semester, again, they're required to have 50-hour minimum, 50-hour contacts in their field placement. This continues into second semester if they choose. Again, it's 3 hours of elective credit through Clemson University. The application of those EED and ADEPT standards, now not just observing what their teachers in the field are doing, but they are going to apply those same standards in lessons they are now teaching second semester as well. The same 20 hours of professional development, the same expectations for field placement. You'll notice that last year we had nobody participating. This is brand new. We petitioned Clemson University and said, we really want our students to be able to spend a full year, their senior year, working with a classroom. We want them to start, we want them to finish. What can we do? And they worked with us to give us elective credit through Ed 2500 and let us design what we felt was best for our students. And we want them experiencing life in the classroom. Research shows that when students can experience working with kids, they are going to come back and teach, and we're going to hook them. So we have 4 schools participating this year. We have 20 seniors who have stepped up and said, I want to do this all year, and I fully anticipate this number to grow. So because they are in the field so much, we also offer senior cohort workshops for our students. We offer them once a month that they can come together as a district. So we just had one yesterday, actually. We have 99 students that are seniors. 67 of them participated yesterday in our technology showcase. But we've offered 4 workshops so far. The first one is Reading is My Thing. We revolved it around Dr. Seuss's thing. But I want to tell you how important this is. We did this at the beginning of the year, and we showed our students, we brought in teachers, we brought in literacy specialists, we showed our future teachers strategies of how to teach students to read, and then how to help them read to learn. So they took these strategies, and immediately they're going back into the field, and they can assist their instructors in their classrooms. So Dr. Stiles, you were talking about the importance of having small groups. We now have our future leaders and future educators in the classrooms assisting these teachers with those small groups, using the strategies that they are using, because we're teaching them now as students. We had another workshop on education policy and UDL practices. That's universal design learning, so how that comes into play. We're also showing our students what's going on in policy right now, what's going on in South Carolina, what's going on locally. How can you advocate for the profession? How can you stand up and say, hey, I'm going to be a teacher in the future. This is what I agree with. This is what I disagree with. How can you do it respectfully? We just had a technology showcase highlighting how to teach with Canva, how to teach with Book Creator, how to do virtual field trips using Google Earth, how to incorporate Dash and Ozobot in your classroom. They spent 3 hours yesterday working and designing lessons that I fully anticipate they'll take back this week and work with their classes. Then next month, we are doing a behind-the-scenes tour of Roper Mountain Science Center to highlight what Greenville County offers. If you want to come back and teach here, this is what you can do, or this is where you can bring your students as well. And Thomas Riddle does a wonderful job with us on that. So that's what they get as a senior. I'm telling you, I would have done this if I had been here when I was in high school. All right, as you know, over the years, for the past 15 years or so, we've hosted an I Teach conference. And it started out really small, a long time ago, just at Malden High School when I was there, and we've really grown over the years. This one was our biggest. We are busting at the seams. This is a conference we host in the fall. We open it to Greenville County students, but also to our surrounding districts so we can show off what Greenville County offers. We had 535 total participants this year at the Roper Mountain Science Center. 346 of them were Greenville County students. So we are really growing. We had 96 presenters and volunteers, 20 interactive workshops, and we invited our local colleges to bring to set up booths to inform our students about their education programs, scholarships that are available for the teaching profession, and get them connected one-on-one. We were also able to collect children's books this year through public education partners, First Steps Greenville, Houghton Mifflin, the Teacher Forum, to where we were able to give every future teacher at least one book for their future teacher classroom. So we were very excited about that. This was very well received. Okay, we have also established, to build leadership, a Future Teacher Academy Leadership Board. So during their junior year last year, we asked schools that had a junior program and a senior program to elect 2 emerging teacher leaders. In partnership with Public Education Partners, we granted them what we called the Heart of a Teacher Award. Public Education Partners gave them a little gift certificate, a little Amazon gift card, and we said, hey, we're going to work with you, and we're really going to develop your leadership skills, and we want you to take it back to your senior cohort during your senior year and share what you've learned. So this year is our first year doing this. Well, it's first for everything. We had 7 schools with senior programs. So we have 14 members on our leadership board. And these are the girls that I say girls, but several guys too, who have been here at the school board meetings. Some of them have spoken, but they're asked to come just to see what's going on in our community. Next year, we'll have 12 schools represented and a board of 24, which we're excited about. So a little to share with you what we've done. We host 5 workshops throughout the year, 1 per quarter, and then we had 1 during the summer. These kids got together before school started, and we met over at the University Center with Public Education Partners during their summer break, and we had a huge leadership symposium. We had a speaker that came in, we designed our goals for the year. We decided what service project we wanted to do. We wanted to do a book study. We had the kids committed to what they wanted to do this year and what they wanted to learn, and so that's how we started the year. In October, we took an economic tour of the district, and we toured several different schools. Some were underperforming and some are our top performing schools. We looked at what programs were in place. The kids talked about what made it successful. We really reflected on what good teaching strategies look like. In January, we hosted an education policy and advocacy workshop. We invited Julie Horton to come and join us, Catherine Schumacher from Public Education Partners, and Derek Lewis from First Steps. And they really talked about what we've heard at the board meetings. They really dove deep into what are TIFs, what was oh goodness, the numbers are failing me with the whole reading, the books, and why we had the quote unquote book ban, the stories behind all that. So we really looked into what policy is, and they found how to advocate for the profession. We looked at how to contact your legislator, how to write emails if you need to. This past week, we just finished our book study on the Essential 55, looking at some of the teaching strategies that Ron Clark advocates. And then in April, we are taking a trip to the State House with Public Education Partners, teaching fellows, and our Greenville County Teacher Forum. The future teachers will be recognized at the state. We will meet with legislators, we'll have lunch, and they'll be recognized there. They will also be recognized at the GCS night at the Drive. So they'll be out on the field to promote the Future Teacher Academy and their teaching profession. So this has been quite a leadership opportunity for our future educators. I want to share a little bit about our service project that they came up with. We hosted an event called Reading Around the Trees. It was at the University Center. We invited 500 kindergartners from their feeder schools to come. We decorated 15 trees around children's books, from Three Little Fish and the Big Bad Shark, the penguin who wanted to be different, the monster at the end of the book, when the library lights go out. You can see all these. You can probably recognize Chicka Chicka Boom, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, Fancy Nancy, Mrs. Wishy-Washy's Farm, The Day the Crayons Quit, Don't Call Me Choochie Poo, Llama Llama Red Pajama, and Miss Nelson Had a Field Day. Let me tell you, this is one of the best days this year. These kids rotated through the different trees, and our future teacher leaders read all these books to these kids. They also invited our Ed 2400 senior cohort to come and assist. So in total, we had 45 seniors participating in this event, over 500 students that were there, and then every child was given a wrapped book to take home for the holidays to read. They are given opportunities for leadership here at school board meetings. As you know, several of them have talked with you. They also facilitate all of our meetings. When we have our district workshops, they facilitated meetings at the iTeach conference, and they are leading a smaller conference in April called Teaching is My Thing that we will invite our sophomore cohort to attend. So they will take all the strategies they have learned and lead these sessions in April. And that is our leadership board and our Future Teacher Academy. I want to take just a minute to give you an update on the Expressway to Tigertown. We actually had a community-wide meeting last night and have had, as of last night, 6 more students join the Expressway. So as a reminder of what this is a program that works in addition or alongside of the Future Teacher Academy for students who are interested in teaching, but who also want to attend Clemson University. They will essentially complete their first year of college through dual enrollment courses while they're in high school. They will have 1 year at Greenville Tech with automatic acceptance to the College of Education at Clemson, where they can graduate from Clemson in 2 years. They can stay for an optional 3rd year to receive their master's in residency. When we started this program back in 2021, we had 2 students. Okay, COVID was in full mode, and we were struggling. We were off for a year, and then it started back up in 2023. We had 23 students to join, and now we are up to 39. And as of last night, we now have 45. So you can see the breakdown by cohort. It's now up to 13 participants in the cohort of 26, 13 and 27, and 13 and 28. Those 2 students who have graduated and are still in the program, one has since transferred to USC, but she is still planning to become a special education teacher. And then one is a current junior at Clemson who will graduate next year, and he is a middle level social studies. So we want to make sure to hire him. So final statistics, our seniors this year, we have 82 in the Future Teacher Academy who will graduate with distinction, which means they have completed 2 years in the program. We have 25 who are now CTE completers. We now have completion status if they complete 3 years in the program. We have 86 that are eligible to take the praxis exam, 33 of which will exempt because of SAT or ACT scores. So we will give 52 of those. And then the paraprofessional, we have 22 who have signed up to take the paraprofessional exam, which I have since learned that wind testing will now take the place of that. So they will be eligible to become a paraprofessional with a passing score on that, which we're still waiting on those. So our motto is, of course, love first, teach second, that we ingrain in all of our students. And that is our Future Teacher Academy. So I will pause for questions or comments or anything you'd like to say. Thank you.
Well, that was great, Ms. Turner. Thank you so much. I know that we do have some questions, and we will start with Dr. Presley.
Rachel, thank you so much for this presentation. Are there comparable programs to this around the state? And if so, where do those exist?
Well, of course, the Teacher Cadet program has been around for a long time. They have 1 course for juniors, and then there's 1 course, Ed Psychology, for seniors, which is comparable in other parts of the state, but I would love to argue that this program offers so much more for our students, and I'm very excited that Clemson has been so willing to give us the opportunities for that. That is the only one that I know of, apart from, what the career centers offer as far as child development 1, child development 2. But I think that our Future Teacher Academy offers the most hours working in a classroom that gives you the real world hands-on experience. Jeff, unless there's something else I don't know of.
There's not a whole lot. I think you hit the state, Rachel. There's a couple in the country. I still would say ours. I just did a presentation on that recently, and there was a lot of interest on what we're doing, particularly what Rachel's expanded to with how much practicum hours they get, which really almost ensures that when they leave us, they're going to go to college for education. When I presented around the country on this, that's one of the things that is missing in a lot of programs. And so several of those districts have reached out since that presentation to say, like, how do you do that with your colleges? Like, how can we get more of our kids into that almost 2 or 3 years of practicum experience with kids? So I haven't come across one across the country that's like ours or as good as what I think ours is, but that's not to say that it doesn't exist.
To follow up on that, similar to Jeff, I actually presented on this as part of a presentation I did at AASA this past week, last Friday. I'm not aware of anything as comprehensive Now, the one part of it, the expressway to Tigertown, when we built that with Greenville Tech and with Clemson, we built it because you have to go through all the approvals at the state level from Tech Commission, the Commission on Higher Ed, in addition to the approvals with the technical college itself and with Clemson. We did it in such a way that it can be replicated. To my knowledge, there is one replication underway right now between Horry, Georgetown Tech, Coastal, and maybe only Georgetown County, but maybe Georgetown and Horry County. That's the only one that I know so far that has picked up that pathway, because it's really pretty easy for them to do it if they want to, because all the approvals are already in place. They only have to do whatever they have to do within their own institution.
Thank you, Dr. Royster and Mr. McCoy. It's fun to ask questions that you already know the answer to, so I just wanted to hear y'all elaborate on that a little bit. And I want to commend everybody who's had hands in this on what lives in this scaffold that you've built. Because y'all, this is a reflection not only of best practices in teacher prep programs, right? What should be expected, but also best practices in support for classroom teachers. The level of PD that these students are receiving and the intentionality around that is next level. And I can't say enough about that. The time that I have spent, have had the privilege to spend with your students, I was blown away and continue to be blown away by the level of questions that they have. Their knowledge and understanding of how big the picture is, and that's due to the intentionality around how you have built this program. As a classroom teacher, I couldn't have told you how the board functions half the time. I certainly couldn't have commented on things happening at the state level, and the students who are coming out of this program are doing that. Their critical thinking is just absolutely amazing. And we've got to remember, these are still kids. Yeah. These are still children, and they're thinking on those levels. So I can't say enough about it. I'm a huge fan of this, and yes, Dr. Royster, it should be replicated by any district that would be willing to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Presley. Ms. LaVentus Wells.
Thank you. Well, Dr. Royster, I definitely think you picked the right leader to lead these students in this program, because I'm going to say Ms. Rachel Turner is one of the best. I think you have opened up the eyes and the lives of these students to see everything that teachers are experiencing and the intense schedules that they hold, because you have these students in intense schedules. How do they actually do their other classes when they've got 50 hours here, 50 hours there, going to this, developing this project, finishing this, presenting to this group of students, Washington Center, and the list goes on. I am so impressed and I am so thankful, because you know what? You are building great future teachers that hopefully will come right back to us. Because you are the leader in them. But this program just blows me away. And all of the things that you are providing and the district provides, and Dr. Royster going and presenting and showing, we're all a team, we're all in it because we want to win it for our students. I love the college credits. When I was at Greenville Tech, we did, I was over the teacher cadet that helped Betty and them at Riverside, Eastside, and Woodmont and some others, but it was never like this. It was this compared to what you've done. And so thank you for your vision. thank you for your dedication. And Dr. Roger, I'm so excited that once again, this is a graduate plus kind of experience. They're getting college credit, they're learning, and they're going to come out with how many hour credits?
If they take all 4 sections, then they'll have 12 hours. 3-year guaranteed education credit, 9 elective.
And then they can get certified.
They can be certified as a paraprofessional, and then we'll have completed the praxis. So they're ready for their teacher prep program by the time they're in college.
That's exciting, and thank you so much. And we should write you up for some kind of award. I'll have to figure it out, but you are the, if FBI is not here, I can say you are the bomb. But if FBI was here, I could not say that, but you are the bomb.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leventis Wells. Dr. Stiles?
Turner, I just wanted you to know that your passion does indeed shine through. And I really appreciate your work in the Future Teacher Academy. And I wanted to say especially how much I've enjoyed hearing your students come and speak before the board. They are very articulate, and I have been very impressed with every single one of them. Certainly, I do hope they return to Greenville County Schools. I enjoyed the fact that when they did speak, that they chose to honor a teacher and speak to the qualities of that teacher and how that teacher inspired them. That was very touching to me as a former educator. And I think too often in our society, we've gotten away from honoring teachers. Teachers are the heart of student success. I think we should remember that. So acknowledging teachers through this program and their work acknowledges the profession and the need for quality teachers and just how admirable the teaching profession is. So I just want to thank you for that. And I want you to encourage you to continue in that trajectory, because that is what we need in public education. That is the paradigm shift that we need today, is a love for teaching, honoring and elevating the profession. So thank you so much for all of your work.
Very kind words.
Thank you, Dr. Stiles. Ms. Middleton?
Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of clarity points. So this program, while you're a junior or senior in high school, you actually are doing some practice teaching?
Correct.
And where do you do that?
It's up to you and your teacher, and then, of course, your local schools. So a lot of times within a feeder school, so your local elementary school that would feed into your high school, your middle school. Some students will choose to stay in their high schools. I actually have a young lady at Wade Hampton who is working in the media center because she wanted to see such a variety of activities that go on throughout the day, although she wants to teach high school English. She's not comfortable doing a field practicum with her peers at that level, so she wanted to work in the library to see that kind of thing. We have students who work in special education classes within their own high schools, but typically it is within a feeder school that's close by to the high school.
So you mentioned she wants to teach high school.
Yes.
So in order to do that, she will then go to Greenville Tech.
Well, that is if she's in the expressway to Tigertown.
Okay.
So they're actually 2 separate entities. So students who are interested in potentially going to Clemson and can do so in an accelerated path. So that is the expressway to Tigertown, where they can complete their first year of college and high school, 1 year at Tech, and then on to Clemson. So that is what 45 of our 100 and some odd students that are interested in that. Well, there's more than that, more students in that in our program. But there are a lot of students who want to teach that may want to go to Winthrop, that may want to go to Anderson, that may want to go to USC. And so they are participating in the Future Teacher Academy, taking those 4 dual enrollment courses, committing to those hours in the classroom, and then those hours will transfer from Clemson to USC, to Winthrop, to wherever they decide to go for their college experience.
So when they transfer to Clemson or another school, they transfer their credits for the education part.
Correct.
Do they also transfer the GPA?
Yes, it will.
So if they got an A in it, that will go to Clemson or perhaps another school.
That is correct.
So that will add into their GPA.
Correct.
If they want to say major in teach at a high school level and major in say biology or math or English, would they still be able to do it in 2 years?
No, the accelerated program is just for those students who are on the expressway to Tigertown. So that is a very specific pathway that those students take. So they are given about 18 hours or 6 classes of college credit classes that they will take in high school. Then there are specific classes they take at Greenville Tech. And then there is an outline for example, for that secondary biology major, these are the classes you're going to take in 2 years at Clemson. So that is a very specified path. If a student wants to go to Winthrop, for example, they can take our education classes. They can even take our dual enrollment classes in English, history, all your general classes, and they will transfer to Winthrop. But then Winthrop is going to have their 4 years of classes that they'll have to take. And some of those may knock out a few from their freshman year, but they'll have a specified program, and they may finish early, but typically it's 3 to 4 years there as well.
Okay, because they would have a major, they would get a major in, say, biology or
Correct.
math, and then they would have a minor in education. But if they
Depending on the
decide to
school.
go strictly education, they would teach, and they would do expressway to Tigertown, they would teach elementary school and middle school? Or would they just teach elementary school if they don't take, like, say, a major in biology or something like that?
Through the expressway to Tigertown?
Yes.
I don't know that I understand the question. They
So-
can teach elementary, middle, or high school. There are 10 plus pathways that you can go in the expressway to Tigertown, including early childhood, elementary, middle level, math and English, math and science, middle level English and history, and then several sciences, social studies, English, special education, even secondary Spanish are programs through the expressway to Tigertown. It's just they are very uniform pathways of classes that the students have to take. Versus if you were doing a different route through a school, you might have some more flexibility in electives you wanted to take simply because you want to take this class or you want to learn more about this. With the expressway to Tigertown, here is your set list of classes. Here's what you're going to take so that you can graduate in a short amount of time.
And those would be mostly education
A
classes?
lot of the education
student
courses, but then to your point, if they are in a secondary level, they're going to be taking those content classes as well for biology, for math, for social studies, whatever they need, but they will complete the education courses as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. That sounds great.
Thank you, Ms. Middleton. And we really do appreciate it. Ms. Turner, one more question. Okay, Ms. Wilbent as well.
Quick question. So when they're taking these classes, these college classes, do they have to pay to take them?
Great question. Actually, Greenville County will pay for all dual enrollment classes while they are students in Greenville County schools and books.
I just wanted to clarify.
Yes.
Thank you.
And books.
Let me further clarify that.
Yes.
Greenville Technical College
I apologize. Yes. Greenville Tech.
Is
is almost to 100% taking care of that tuition. We do
Good.
make some contribution to that.
Well, I think
Oh,
it's
thank you for
important that, that our students know that that is cost savings and that we are investing in their future because we care. And so, thank you so much.
Biggest investment that we have in it, a lot of the courses, the dual credit courses, are taught by our teachers,
Right.
which reduces the amount of tuition level for the technical college. Then they're able to waive or comp most of that.
They're offsetting it by the teachers teaching these college classes.
A lot of the college courses are taught by our faculty on our payroll that are adjunct
To
to
Greenville
tech
Tech.
faculty.
Got it.
We do have some students that take courses on the tech campus taught by the tech faculty, but that's the lesser number.
I understand because I was over college and high school, so we always provided, teachers, professors to come in and teach for college credit. But I think this is an outstanding program. This is a win-win in all directions. So thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Leventis Wells. And again, Ms. Turner, thank you. We really do appreciate everything that you do. It is amazing. I think that it's just going to get better and better for these kids, and we're excited to see what comes out of this. Thank you so much. And with that, the instruction portion of our meeting is done, and I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Stiles.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brett, for chairing the instruction section. And I just wanted to make a comment that I am just so proud that our board takes time at our sessions to focus on instruction and quality programs, student success. That is such an important part of our role. And Dr. Royster, thank you for such a rich section today and for those presentations.
Thank you.
Our fourth matter of business is building and grounds, and Mr. Cochran, I'm going to ask you to chair that section, and I'm going to give the floor to you at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Our first matter of business is item 4.01, which is the facilities project report. This item is for information only. Dr. Royster, would you like to speak to this item?
Nothing in particular to bring to the attention of the board. We're glad to answer any questions you might have, or Colonel Carlin will.
Ms. Leventis Wells.
Colonel, are we on schedule for Reedy Laurel Elementary School?
Yes, ma'am.
And we're expecting how many students how many are we expecting for that first level?
So it's K-1-2 out of a capacity of 750. How many, Jamie? 360.
Okay, great, because I know that group is on top of everything. I figured I'd ask them a good question and get a great answer. So also, how is it coming along at Fountain Inn as well?
Very well.
Okay, so we're pretty much on schedule there and moving forward, and completion's just right there ahead of us. I was going to ask something about Wade Hampton, but I think I'll just hold off. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Ms. Leventis Wells.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Hearing none, we will move on to our second and final matter of business. Our second and final matter of business in Buildings and Grounds is item 4.02, which is the Long Range Facilities Plan Capital Improvement Program. Dr. Royster, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. As you all are accustomed to, we bring annual revisions to the Long Range Facilities Capital Improvement Plan, generally speaking in March or April of each year. If there are significant changes, we will schedule a workshop. The presentation today, while it certainly has some changes and adjustments in it, does not present significant change. You will note the addition of a bus center for the south area of the county, although listed as a project, not yet funding established for it. Go ahead and get it in the plan. We've increased 3 projects in student capacity to provide for future growth. We have updated pricing on projects based on current returns that we're seeing throughout the state on our own projects and other projects of cost increase. You will see the adjustment in timeline of a couple of projects, 2 being moved to meet one another, that being Fountain Inn K-8 and Bryson Middle replacement. Grove being moved out a little bit to adjust for a slowing of enrollment increase in that area. You will notice a cost being put on to central office expansion. One of the primary reasons for that expansion is to considerably increase the size of the boardroom and to provide additional room for growth in the future, but it also to parallel some work that needs to be done to the existing building, the replacement of HVAC and some facade framework structural repairs that need to be done. At this time, I will turn it over to Mr. Britton, Colonel Carlin, Ms. Stack, and I believe Mr. Porter, who I thought was in Columbia today, but I believe he sent his assistant to Columbia, and he's with us today. They will speak to various aspects of the capital budget. Obviously, Ms. Stack will speak to the funding of the capital budget. And I would note at the outset, there is no proposed increase in millage to debt service to fund any of the presentation made today. There is a request to utilize general fund balance, which is non-recurring one-time dollars coming off the general fund, a great deal of which was generated by the last segment of ESSER funding that we received. Mr. Britton?
Thank you all for having us today. As Dr. Royster said, we'll be providing an overview of the long-range facility plan as well as the capital improvement program. Here's a brief outline of what we'll be covering: the Greenville County demographic data, as well as an update on the housing and economy, information regarding charter school additions and changes within our attendance area, as well as updated information regarding our enrollment data and trends. And then we'll also provide revised student enrollment projections. So first, looking at the Greenville County demographic data, we have the green bars representing the Greenville County population, the blue bars representing the school district population. You'll note that in 2024, there's no county population. The U.S. Census has not yet published that data. But what you will see is that we've continued to grow in Greenville County over the last 4 decades since the 1980s. If you look more recently, from 2022 to 2023, we've gained over 10,000 new residents. If you look at a little bit over the last decade, we've gained over 100,000 new residents in Greenville County. When looking at our school district population, we've also continued to grow over the last 4 decades, and including year-over-year growth the last 4 years. Our growth rate, or the percentage of growth, is slightly lower, or it is lower than the county population, and that can be attributed when we look at the county population by age. When looking at the age brackets of 50 to 64 and 65 and up, you'll see in 2023 that accounts for 36% of the total population, or just under 36%. If you look back to 2010, that represents under 32%. So we're seeing an increase in those age brackets. So we're aging and having an influx of new residents in those age brackets. If you look at school age residents, so ages 5 to 17, you'll see we've remained quite static around the 17% mark. But because our county residents are continuing to grow, that total of the ages 5 to 17 is also growing. So percentage staying the same, but we have 94,000 in 2023 versus 78,000 in 2010. When you look at under 5, that's also remained static, around 6 to 7%. But once again, the total county population is increasing, so that is increasing. We're also seeing an increase in births, total births, under the last several years. So we have had an influx of new residents. We're also seeing an increase in our housing, as well as jobs being offered within our attendance area. The graph you see represents single-family permits being issued in Greenville County. So while you see we're not having a linear growth or year-over-year growth, you can see we've trajected up since the economic downturn in 2008. I'll note the sharp increase in 2020 and the sharp decrease in 2022. That most likely represents the low interest rates as well as the influx of new residents in our attendance area. Single family housing on average produces a 0.4 student per unit. It's really important for us as a department to monitor. So when we say it's an on average 0.4, we have to evaluate each specific subdivision because that yield may be different, and we need to understand how that may affect our facilities. We currently sit on several advisory committees, so the Subdivision Advisory Committee for Greenville County, as well as one for Greer and Lawrence. We work with all staff within our municipalities within our attendance area. We will go out to these subdivisions and track them as they begin to fill in. We'll contact the developer and understand what they may be marketing towards or the floor plans. So there's a lot that must be taken into account when we look at single family permits. And so what we've done is provided some examples of housing within our attendance area. So first you'll see the Riverstone development with 432 lots. This is in the Simpsonville area, and it has a student generation rate of 0.28. To calculate how many students that we may receive from Riverstone, we would take that generation rate and multiply by the number of lots. So for 432 lots, 0.28. Now we have Highland Chase, which is in the Malden area, 202 lots with a student generation rate of 0.54. Then we have Oak Branch Estates and Taylors with 84 lots with a student generation rate of 0.14. So as you can see, we have varied student generation rates. These are all single family housing. They're all a market rate. So for us, we are understanding what the yield may be. So like I said, when they're proposed, we review them. We review the plats. We will reach out to staff. We may even reach out to the developer and understand the floor plan. So Oak Branch Estates, you can kind of tell, but one level floor plan with a small bonus room upstairs and a relatively small lot, we can understand that that's most likely marketed towards that age brackets of 50 and above, which will have a lower generation rate of students. So it's very important for us to constantly evaluate, and not only when they go live, but as they age as a subdivision, and understanding that generation rate may change, and also that will affect our facility. So taking into account and doing our due diligence is something that we must do. When looking at the location of our subdivisions, you can see that we have a map with the attendance area, and it's broken up into the zone 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those are established by our high school attendance boundaries. The red dots represent the subdivisions that have 5 to 49 undeveloped lots currently, okay? You can see there's no direct clustering or clear clustering. Other than that, they're in the central portion of our attendance area. However, when you look at the table on the left, you can see the number of total undeveloped lots. In zone 4, zone 5, we're seeing an increase there compared to the others. When looking at subdivisions with 50 or more undeveloped lots, you'll see that there is a direct clustering in the southern portion of our attendance area, so in both zone 4 and zone 5. You can see the number of undeveloped lots there on the left. So we would identify this as a potential high growth area with the student yields. I'll point out a few subdivisions. I don't know if my pointer will work, but the blue dot on the southeastern section would be Durbin Meadows with just under 1,000 lots. The one slightly to the northwest of that would be the settlement in the Simpsonville area. And then to the south west of the blue dot would be Wells Creek. Okay, so some large scale developments that we are seeing. Now, moving on to multifamily housing, at a first glance, you'll see that there's a great degree more variability in the permits being issued in Greenville County. However, if you look at the trend line from 2012 to present, you can see we're on an upward trajectory overall, especially comparing it to the previous decade. Multifamily housing, that variability is sharp increase, sharp decrease, most likely saturation points of what the market's demanding in the housing. The multifamily produces a 0.2 students per unit, so slightly lower, and we'll look at some examples here as well. So first we have the standard at Pinestone with 287 units with a student generation rate of 0.06. Then we have Crescent Park Commons in the Greer area with 322 units with a student generation rate of 0.15. And last, we have the Palisades at Howell with 252 units with a student generation rate of 0.31. Once again, I want to reiterate, we're seeing a wide array of student generation rates. So that's where our due diligence comes into play, and working with the municipal staffs, contacting developers, understanding what the marketing is or what the targeted demographic may be and how that'll affect our yield. When looking at these maps, there's two. One on the left is 2014 to 2020. The one on the right is 2014 to 2024. I want to note that multifamily housing in the Southeast, in particular South Carolina, has traditionally been a lower percentage of the housing volume that we've had, and that's in large part to land prices, the population densities. But as our population continues to increase, land value continues to rise, we'll continue to see these multifamily units being developed. And what you'll note is that the majority are in the central portion of our attendance area or in the Greenville area, and that's in large part to zoning laws or land use regulations. The black square in the middle represents the city of Greenville, and on the 2020 to 2024, you'll see that we're starting to see more dots there to the southeast of downtown Greenville, and that says that density is increasing outside of the city of Greenville. The maps, the red dots represent completed or current. The green dots represented permitted or under construction, and the blue are planned. If you look at a 10-year total, we've had 29,314 multifamily units that are completed, permitted, or submitted. If you look at a 5-year growth, we've had an additional 9,214 units. When looking at downtown Greenville specifically, you'll see that we're continuing to have additional multifamily housing being built. Once again, we have 2020 and 2024 maps there. You'll see on the 2024 map, there are several new blue dots. So it's continuing to be submitted, planned, or filed for new development. Over the 10-year total, we've had 7,790 total units be completed, permitted, or submitted. I just want to point out a few. There's a blue dot on the northeast section of downtown Greenville. That's on the old Greenville Memorial Auditorium site, the Gateway project. I believe it's going to be called 250 North Main Street with over 300 units. Then on AJ to the southeast or southwest of AJ Wittenberg, you have the Mosaic development. That'll be around 252 units. Talked about the influx of residents, the increase in the housing in our attendance area. We're also seeing many companies announce new jobs. The table you see above is 2024 to 2025 job announcements with 50 or more jobs created. This doesn't encompass all the job announcements by any means, but we wanted to show a representation of what is occurring. And you'll see large companies, Amazon, GE, most recently Isuzu, making announcements with a total capital investment proposed of $1.1 billion and 2,521 new jobs. I'll also point out the location of where these are being built, and predominantly in the southern portion of our attendance area, Piedmont and Fountain Inn. You'll also see Verde, Pelham, and Garlington Road. So the Greenville area is receiving these as well. Here we have a list of articles that have been published regarding Greenville and our attendance area or the surrounding areas. Greenville continues to be a very desirable locale for new residents. Most recently, the U.S. News Rankings labeled us as the #4 best place to live in 2024. On the top right, you'll see an article where they're talking about an additional 1 million residents by 2042 in just a few counties, one of which being Greenville County. The bottom right, an article from CNN discussing the South Carolina's booming population and economy. And with that booming population, economy, et cetera, that we've talked about, there's an article on the top left, Post and Courier, talking about land prices beginning to increase in Lawrence County. And so our portion of Lawrence County that in our attendance area has been identified as a high growth area for the county. So we would expect additional single family housing out of that area. The bottom left was a study conducted in people moving and South Carolina being one of the top priorities. And then the bottom left is a summary of an event that our department attends where USC economists have proposed that the economy will continue to expand and would be shielded from any economic downturn. So now looking at charter schools within our attendance area and an update. There are currently 3 authorizers with a new authorizer just going live. The first of being South Carolina Public Charter School. They currently have the Green Schools, Greenville Technical Charter, Greer Middle College, Lead Academy, and Legacy Early College, as well as the Meyer Center. They have currently 4,907 students within our attendance boundary. Most recently, they opened Green Simpsonville in 2024, which will be a K-8 school at full matriculation of 800 students. Next year, they plan to open Greer Preparatory Academy, which has been approved for grades 3 through 8 with a full build out of 750 students. Green Charter and Taylor's has been approved to open with 540 students in grades K through 5. Legacy Early College has announced plans to expand to 3,000 students with an additional new campus off West Marion Road. And the Meyer Center has also announced plans to expand. The next authorizer we have is the Charter Institute at Erskine. They currently have Brazier Middle College and Langston Charter Middle with just under 1,000 students. They've announced several schools as well. We have the American Classical Academy, which was submitted in 2025 and set to open in 2026 with a full matriculation of 690 students in grades K through 12. We have the Legacy Traditional School, which was approved in 2024 with 2 different K-8 locations with over 1,000 students, and those locations are TBD. Greenville Academy, which is a replication of the Cherokee Charter Academy, also has a location of TBD and a little bit further out in 2028. Then we have the American Leadership Academy and the Ascent Classical Academy. They've submitted in 2025 to open in the upstate, and we're going to continue to monitor those. Last, we have the Limestone Charter Association, which currently only has Eastlink Academy within our attendance boundary. It's a K-8 of 258 students. They've recently announced the Discovery School at Simpsonville, set to open in August of 2026 with a full matriculation of 900 students in grades K through 8. And then the Greenville County High School for Accelerated Learning submitted an application in February 2025, set to open in 2026 with 180 students in grades 7 through 12. Most recently, Voorhees University has announced or has been approved as a new charter authorizer as of October 31st, 2024. These charter school authorizers also have virtual schools. Here we have the 3 authorizers we just went through. They currently have 18,000 virtual students in the state of South Carolina. More specifically, they have 1,853 students within Greenville counties. Most recently, Limestone Charter Association opened up the SC Preparatory Leadership Academy for the current school year with 368 Greenville County resident students. So now focusing on our own data, demographic and enrollment. First, we'll talk about the 15th day to 15th day count. When you look at elementary, you can see we've continued to have an increase in enrollment since the pandemic and growing initially 1,500 students, then 446, followed by 107, and most recently we grew 384 students between 2023 to 2024. When looking at the middle school grades, you can see that we've had year-over-year loss the previous 4 years, but that loss was dropped off significantly in the 2023 to 2024. Then looking at the high school grades, you can see we've had substantial growth over the previous 4 years with growth of 547, 942, 863, 407, with an abnormal trend most recently with a loss of 166 students. When looking at our transiency data, we can remain quite static and consistent. When looking at the number of students, kindergarten through 11th, that live at a different address within our attendance area, that was 7,282 students between 2023 and 24. The previous year was 7,444. When looking at the number of students kindergarten through 11th that are no longer in our system, that was 6,941 students. The previous year was 6,916. And then when we look at the number of current students, 1st through 12th, that are new to the GCS system, that does not include kindergarten, that's 6,703 students. Previous year was 6,684, so very consistent. That number has risen over the years as our total population, but the percentage remains near identical. So now, looking at our enrollment projections and historical enrollment, you can see, as I mentioned earlier, we've had year-over-year growth at the elementary level from 2020 to 2024. We're projecting that to continue through 25, 26, and on, as we have an influx of new residents, as well as the total births has continued to increase over the last several years. When looking at our middle school enrollment, you'll see that we're currently at a low point in 2024 as we've had smaller classes matriculate through. As they begin to exit the system in the middle school grades in 25, 26, and 27, we'll see middle school populations begin to increase and then level off as they exit towards the high schools. When looking at our high school projected enrollment, you'll see that substantial growth we talked about, 2020 to 2023, and then that slight drop off in 2024. We're projecting that that population will begin to level off as we have smaller middle grades matriculate to the high school. But as they begin to exit, we'll see them that population begin to increase in 28 and 29. So I wanted to display the projected elementary seats available in 2029. We talked about year-over-year growth the last several years at the elementary level. We're talking about year-over-year growth continue for the next several years. But as you can see, we have seats available across all zones, zone 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. However, you can see that there are some points specifically in the Fountain Inn, Simpsonville, and Piedmont area where so zone 4, zone 5, where we're seeing less seats available. When looking at the projects to be occupied by 2029, we're going to be opening the Reedy Laurel Elementary next school year, as well as additions at Fountain Inn High School and Woodland Elementary. In 2027, we're set to open the Northwest Middle School, as well as an addition at Ralph Chandler Middle. As Dr. Royster mentioned earlier, in Fountain Inn K-8, we're proposing to move to 2028, as well as Bryson Middle School, in addition to adding additional seats at the Fountain Inn K-8 due to an increase in student generation within their attendance area. We also proposed to move Grove Elementary Edition back to 2031, as we now have less student generation, as well as several large-scale subdivisions being canceled. Other projects listed are Food and Nutrition Service Center to be open in 2026, as well as Central Office Edition in 2027. When looking a little bit further out, we have the Monteview Edition in 2031, as well as renovations at Welcome, Crestview, and Hughes in 2031 and 2032. Additionally, we have the Tanglewood Middle School Edition in 2033. We're also proposing the new South Bus Center in 2030, as well as updates for our career centers in 2031 and 2033, and the West Greenville School in 2033. In summary, our total county population continues to increase. As mentioned earlier, 50-plus age residents continue to show growth in 4 to 5%. Our school age residents are showing slight growth in percentage, but the total number has continued to increase as our total population increases. Single and multifamily development permits continue to rise within our attendance area, and our student population projections reflect the strong job growth, the housing expansion, and the resident increase within our attendance area. Enrollment at charter schools and the virtual schools will continue to affect our projected enrollment. Now I'm going to hand it over to Scott.
Okay. Thank you, Drew. Good morning. As Dr. Royster introduced, we've added a few items to the plan, and we've adjusted some of our construction projects to accommodate current need. I'm going to be talking to you about our construction projects. I will then kick it over to Greg to talk about security enhancements, and then Robin Stack to cover the remaining items. New facility items reported in this year's plan. Of course, converting game fields to artificial turf at all of our high schools. That was something that was approved by the board in January of 2025. We're also including the annual turf maintenance that will be necessary to maintain these fields long term. Also including a south bus center that will accommodate growth in that part of the county. We are planning on locating that new bus center at the current Bryson Middle School campus that we will be able to utilize once the new Bryson campus the new Bryson Middle School is constructed. Incidentally, that new bus center will also allow us to relocate buses from the current Golden Strip Career Center when we replace that career center on its current site. Things that are affecting our construction projects continue to be what we're seeing in the market right now. Though private developer construction has cooled, public sector construction remains very hot, and especially in the education arena. Materials and supplies continue to fluctuate, but they remain high, particularly in the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing arenas, and also asphalt has increased quite a bit. The labor market continues to be a struggle as not enough folks are coming into the building trades. So we're definitely competing against all the other construction areas to get those good laborers. And then finally, inflation. We have not seen a dip in construction costs since the Great Recession in 2008, 2009, just following that. And we've seen nothing but increase and anticipate continued increase as we move along. Dr. Royster mentioned that we've adjusted some of the dates at 3 of those schools, and those are included in the plan. We've adjusted some of the projects that were included in last year's plan, beginning with Northwest Middle School. We are aware now of what will be required for off-site roads and utility infrastructure. We made some adjustments there. Northwest Middle School is projected to open for 1,000 students, but based on growth projections, we are going to increase the core spaces of that school to be able to accommodate a future 200 student addition. Likewise at Bryson Middle School, utility infrastructure, also the addition of a dance studio for the ARMS program at that school. We've made adjustments there. That school was planned to open at 750, but again, based on growth projections, we are going to open the school at 1,000 students, but prepare the core spaces for a future 200 student addition when that becomes necessary. Fountain K-8 conversion, Drew mentioned earlier, based on what we're seeing with projections, that school was intended to open at 1,500 students. We're proposing adding 200 elementary school seats, 100 middle school seats, which will bring that occupancy up to 1,800. We're also aware of off-site roads and on-site roads requirements that we will have to take into account. We've also discovered some rock on the site, so we've made some adjustments there. The central office was included in last year's plan, though it did not have a funding source. We've included funding for that project this year. Ralph Chandler Middle and Grove Elementary School, we're including some infrastructure replacements as the addition projects and the necessary date of replacement for this infrastructure align very nicely, and we'll achieve some efficiency as well as cost savings by including those in these addition projects. Parking construction, we've made some adjustments based on what we're seeing in the site development arena that will affect the 3 remaining high school student parking lot additions. We've also included adding 175 parking spaces at MT Anderson. We're going to combine that with the new fan center addition that is in the plan, but fans will be funding those additional parking spaces at MTA. And then finally, we've adjusted the site acquisitions to be able to continue to acquire property where we anticipate growth in those areas. As Dr. Royster mentioned, none of these projects, both the additions or the modifications, will require a millage increase. And with that, I will turn it over to Greg Porter to talk about security enhancements.
Good morning. All right, so just to cover the first of the three items, the pilot program for security scanning devices. That will include a pilot program for the new Evolve X-ray machine, which will supplement our current weapons detection systems. Evolve just came out with that. You got to kind of picture an airport X-ray bag check, but they've come out with a smaller portable version. What this does helps us to provide a faster intake when we're running through Evolve. It allows the systems to run at a higher sensitivity, and it has 80% reduction in how many times we're searching bags. So we're not hitting on all the things that are having the false positive alerts. The other thing in that item is the visual gun detection, which is a software analytic that is now capable that is put on top of our new Avigilon camera system. So it's just software added on, which allows for gun detection or brandish firearm detection. We have tested about 6 different companies' product in that field. And this will allow us to start at several schools on what that product entails. The next is Panic Button Initiative. If that's been in the news a lot as far as panic buttons. We have tested several different companies with that, and that would be purchasing 10,000 devices for employees. The Evolve system is an additional purchase and transportation equipment of just adding one more system of our current Evolve Express machines. And that covers those 3. Are there any questions regarding that? Wanna stick around? All right, yeah. Thank you.
Good morning. So my part is attaching costs to what you've heard about. And this screen is very busy, and going back and listening to presentations before, Dr. Royster always says, if you can read it. So what we did this year, this is the initial screen you see that lists the aborted projects, and highlighted in green are the items with changes. So we did a snapshot. Hopefully it's a little easier to read. These are only the actual projects that have a change connected to them. So in the first section, the facilities projects, you see 2 projects that have cost changes only, and those are the Northwest Middle School and the Ralph Chandler Middle School. There are also 3 different projects in this same section that have a cost change and an occupancy date change. As mentioned previously, Bryson Middle has been accelerated to an occupancy date of 2028 from 2029. Fountain Inn K8, the occupancy date has been moved out to August 2028 from August 2027. And Grove Elementary School's occupancy date has been moved out to August 2031 from August 2028. Also in this section are 2 additional projects. The Central Office Edition now has a cost attached, and it will be ready, projected, the summer of 2027. And the South Bus Center is there as well, and an occupancy date of 2030. The bottom section is the capital equipment and replacement programs. There are 9 items listed here, and the proposed change is under the occupancy date column for the FY25 recommendations. The first item is your MARS system, or the maintenance and replacement system that we use. It has a change of 1.5 million and then a 6% increase annually through FY28. Technology refresh has an average increase of 927,000 each year. Site acquisition is 7.5 million. Parking construction, which includes the fans building parking, of 1.6 million. An additional allocation for the new enterprise resource planning system or ERP system of 15.5 million. The capital equipment and replacement category has an additional 200,000 annually. Furniture replacement, an additional 800,000 annually. Turf maintenance, which was spoke about in January, is 1.1 million annually. And finally, the security enhancements of 1.9 million. Now again, the first thing on here is this plan does not include a millage increase. It does include a recommendation to transfer $70,740,080 of unassigned general fund balance to the building fund. It also includes a recommendation to transfer $750,000 unassigned fund balance from the Food and Nutrition Services Fund for the parking construction at the Food and Nutrition Services Center. And then finally, a recommendation to utilize $10,682,640 in building fund interest earnings that have accumulated. That ends presentation, and now we'll talk about any questions.
Thank you all very much for that presentation. Mr. Sailors.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that information. Just a couple of quick things. Related to demographics, whoever wants to answer this. You covered my questions related to subdivisions and multifamily, but just to clarify, the projections on the report related to growth, you had a number of single-family housing subdivisions that were being built or developed, and the same with multifamily. Those numbers reflect what is currently in process between planning to occupancy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So there's not another 10,000 out there somewhere floating around that we know of, that we don't know of.
We work with all the municipalities we track that, and any new proposed development we track, monitor, assess.
Right,
so that would account.
But you can't monitor it or track it
if it
until it becomes a development within the county or a municipality. Okay, so if there's a developer out there wanting to build another 1,000 rooftops, and it's in the thinking stage on their end, we have no idea about that.
Correct, yes, if it meets the zoning requirements.
Okay. And you mentioned also reevaluating what I would call older subdivisions, like mine, where they have changed ownership, the property's changed ownership, younger families are coming in, which is running the rates back up from years past. When do you do those evaluations? Is it like every 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? Is there some magic to that process, or when do you know that you need to go back and recheck those subdivisions?
Yes, so we do an evaluation every 4 to 5 years, district, looking at the entire district, assessing the generation rates. As a new subdivision goes live, though, we track that for several years specifically. So once a subdivision is proposed, we will begin tracking the permits being issued in regards to the actual built structures. Once the built structures begin to go live, our department will go out into the neighborhoods. We'll start counting to see what the yield will be over the next year. So we'll say, okay, these many houses are being built. We can anticipate these amount of students over the next academic year, but then we continue tracking that until it's full build out. So it's an annual process in regards to any new development.
Thank you for that. Related to security, I don't have a question, more, I guess, a request of the administration. I realize fully, as we all do, that there's a great deal of information related just to that one slide that we really we can't discuss publicly for obvious reasons. Can I request at an appropriate time in the future that the board be given a more detailed briefing or update on how that particular component is going to be implemented? Okay. And then Colonel Carlin, you mentioned inflation rates. Yeah, welcome to the world of construction. What's the rate of inflation that you're projecting right now?
Well, we are, we currently have in our capital layout plan a 3% increase for these projects per year. One of the things that I neglected to mention, and I'm glad you asked this question, is tariffs.
That's my next question.
That appears to be the wild card right now. We're not exactly sure how that's going to affect us, but of course, having been in this business for years, that instability in the market creates nervous contractors and prices go up. Steel is the big conversation right now, as well as some other metals, but steel primarily, and how the 25% tariffs could affect us if they go into effect as they're currently written. For our construction projects, steel probably comprises anywhere between 5 and 10% of the overall construction cost. So that has me a little bit more concerned than just inflation right now, but they both do.
Well, you're aware of not only steel and aluminum, but asphalt.
Yes.
Because of the oil content.
Yes.
Copper because of the metals in that as well. So
there's a little more current update to that.
Yeah.
Based on within the last hour, that 25% may now be 50%. Steel coming out of Canada.
Along with?
It just further adds to the volatility of the market. And
along with crude oil and everything else.
And as you noted, we've already increased the parking cost, and all of which also would get included in all those projects that aren't specified. Like the update to the Northwest Middle School, there would be within that project an increased calculation for asphalt that's increasing at a rate higher than the other building related materials are increasing.
And prior to the great discussion over tariffs, the industry, and correct me if you've seen difference between 3 and 5. So what we're talking about is within reason. One other quick question. Do you see or have you heard where any contractors or subs are putting into their contracts stipulations for an out clause related to tariffs, where they're specifically putting in the final contract an opportunity to raise rates because of tariffs after the quote has been issued?
I have not heard of anyone doing that yet.
It's being discussed.
I'm sure it is, and similar to what we saw with COVID, with language going into contracts that allowed for adjustments.
Well, my reason for bringing all this up is making these changes to the budgets now is timely, considering the industry itself. But over the next couple of months, years, we need to buckle our seatbelts.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Ms. Leventis Wells.
So when we talk about the evolve, I was just going to ask a quick question, Mr. Porter. Did you say we were bringing in another unit or no? You just talked about the specifics for a smaller case type.
It'd be an addition of additional X-ray machines and an additional current Evolve system that we currently use.
An additional current one?
Yep.
Okay, good enough. I won't ask any other questions because I know that's sensitive information. But thank you for that. And then hopefully, well, I won't go there. Dr. Oyster, so many years. Do we not have a say when one is being named Greenville County High School for accelerated learning? It just makes it sound like that's going to be one of our schools.
Yes, we've already reached out to the charter provider and to the contact points that were listed on the charter application, because to your point, we believe that is also confusing. That is not a Greenville County school. Now, whether we've gotten yet a response back from that charter sponsor or provider, I'm not sure. Julie, have we gotten a response back?
No, they were going to discuss that. They said that was something that could probably be easily changed. I also reached out to Mika Childs, who is in the South Carolina Department of Ed, about the confusion with some of these names.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the Greenville Academy, I mean, they were Cherokee Charter Academy, and now they're changing it to Greenville Academy.
And we actually already have a Greenville Academy.
Exactly.
So now I will say several years ago, we did have some success with talking with another school district who were in the process of constructing a new high school that they were going to name Riverside. That was one of the considerations. We contacted them and shared our concern about, well, we already have a Riverside Middle and a Riverside High. And at that time, I believe there was one in Anderson 4, a Riverside Middle. And they chose to select a different name, I believe including the name of the actual river. May River, is that right? I believe it was May River, what they settled on. But it does become confusing. For years, people that have been around Greenville a long time will remember there's Hillcrest in our county, and there was Hillcrest, and it was always listed Hillcrest parentheses Dalzell. It was in Sumter County. And if you read the sports page, it became even more confusing because they talk about Hillcrest High School and you didn't always know which one they were talking about. But there are a number of duplicative names already, so we don't need any further confusion.
That really resonated with me, and I was a little concerned about that. Also, Dr. Royster, a question for you on these charter schools that are opening up. I'm looking at the numbers and the demographics, Drew. My concern is they open and we've experienced them closing and leaving those students hanging, and then we take them.
Yes.
So how are we considering all of these new openings of charters, et cetera? Because I actually had someone call me the other day and said, well, what happened to those charter schools that opened and then they went bankrupt? I said, because they opened them for the wrong reasons, because they made the money, they got the money, and then they closed it in the middle of a semester and left those kids in Greenville County, took them in. So how are we looking at those numbers and I know it's out of our hands.
They haven't necessarily discounted the population projection for our growth by the number the charter schools say they're going to have.
Okay.
So for one, they rarely ever make the number they say when they start out.
Right.
They may ultimately get to it. Then some of them will fold. Some of them never get off the ground at all. So they're just including in there the ones that have submitted application, have placed a projected enrollment on there. The biggest issue we had was several years ago, we had one shut down like October or something, November. And we got 250, or was it more, 256 students, something like that, in the middle of the year.
Right.
And then we ended up having to do some shuffling around. We had to move some personnel. We had to provide some supports because they really had gotten very little, if any, service in the short period of time they were in that school. In fact, we were prepared to add teachers. I don't think ultimately we didn't have to add any teachers because they generally distributed themselves over several schools, several elementary schools. But it was a concern and a pretty good issue, considering we've already, 2-3 months into the school year. Now here we get 200-300 students. Had they all shown up in the same place, it would have been a huge problem.
Right.
Not so much when they spread themselves out.
Okay, well then I know we're taking all of that into consideration, which is a good thing, because I've noticed an influx. I mean, there are a lot of them that have submitted applications to open, 26, 27, and et cetera. I have no further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Leventis Wells. Ms. Middleton.
So just to confirm, we have nothing to do with charter schools?
No.
Okay, good. I did have several questions on the security system, so if we're going to do a cow in the future, that would be well appreciated, because that's something I'm very interested in.
If it is more related to specificity of security, that would need to be an executive session item.
Okay.
Because we would not want to talk about things that might in any way compromise the effectiveness of that security system in a public discussion.
Okay. Can I ask a question about the panic buttons? Are those replacing is it the Raptor? Are those replacing
They'll
those?
operate in conjunction with Raptor. We have the ability to use the Raptor app right now as a panic button. It is not as user-friendly or as speedy as the device we're looking at, but it will integrate with Raptor, and I believe it is a Raptor product. Isn't that right?
We're buying it via Raptor, where they work with another company, but it would activate Raptor when you push it.
So you would just wear that. So you could be anywhere with the panic button on. You don't have to have your phone with you, right?
Anywhere inside the facility or within range of the facility.
Because wasn't it before you had to have your phone with you?
Right. The Raptor app on your phone, you'd have to pull out your phone, open up Raptor, and you can push it.
Not everyone has their phone with them all the time in the hallway. So I'm very happy to hear that. Okay. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Middleton. Ms. Morrison-Fair.
Thank you. When you put the numbers up in the growth in Greenville County, and I saw the city with 0 land available, I was pretty happy. But then you came back and you said the Mosaic Project and so forth and so on. So with that in mind, I know you probably can't predict the growth in the schools, but I'm concerned about Greenville High and A.J. Wittenberg. So what does that look like for that community? Will we have to redraw the lines? What would we have to do in that case? If the projected, you said 300 additional and...
So the multifamily housing produces a smaller yield of students. At market rate, sometimes they can be even lower volume of students. So that's something that we'll continue to track. As you mentioned, we've continued to get a lot of multifamily housing, and the yield in some of those are exceptionally low. Specifically, if you look at the Rhett Street area, the apartments that have been open there, the yield of students that they've produced have been quite minimal. But that's something that we track and account for in our long-term projections as well. So.
And just for the record, what's the maximum capacity of A.J. Wittenberg? Just a ballpark figure, so that people will begin to have a secondary choice in mind.
606 students. 606. And we have taken choice every year at AJ, so we
won't even talk about it, okay? And Greenville High, the magnet about...
It's been minimal for the past few years, yeah.
The number of spots that may possibly be available?
We've had minimal magnet spots available, just a handful for staff and their children. Their population, as you've mentioned, has increased over the last several years. But we're projecting it actually to drop a little bit over the next.
I think it's less this year than it was last year as well, Drew.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
It's a decrease.
It was pushing the upper limit of the building. Now, again, we don't discount high school enrollment from the standpoint we have a lot of seniors that aren't there all day. We count in capacity as if they were there all day. So there's still a cushion. But as we have more and more students going out and doing work experience, more and more students that are going to career centers, fine arts center, making choices like that, then that helps with the capacity issue as well, high school level.
Okay, I just wanted to get that information out to the public. And also, Colonel Carlin, you talked about funding the parking situations with fan funds. That includes Greenville County's parking garage still? I mean, not Greenville County, but Greenville High School's parking garage?
That's only related to, we're constructing a building for fans on the property at MT Anderson. Based on the number of people that facility will bring in, we had to expand the parking at MT Anderson. So the part that fans would pay for is that directly related to the expansion at MT Anderson for the fans building. We could not use their funds to expand parking at other places. Now, there is also additional funding in there for the increased cost of the parking projects that we have underway and the ones which we have prioritized, one of which is Greenville High. And we are in process of acquiring a piece of property over there that we could provide you some additional information for an executive session. Not yet enough to meet the entire need, but a step towards that.
Okay, the funds from fans that will fund several projects, what's the origin of the fans funds that we're counting on? I know we have that in the capital improvement, that we will be able to use that income to fund some capital improvement projects. What's the origin of that money?
Fans has USDA reimbursement they receive for free meals served, which exceeds the cost of providing those meals. They also have a la carte sales that generate revenue. So like single item sales, they go through the line. Those two things create considerable amount of revenue, which is why Fans has had a considerably large fund balance. They're paying for part of that building that we're constructing for their use as a training center and office space. They're paying for part of it on the front end, and they will be repaying the general fund, which came out of general fund balance, not general fund appropriation, for the remainder of the amount of that building and parking lot. So when that facility is complete, Fans will have paid for all of it. They also pay for, in those new construction projects, for example, the new Bryson Middle School, the new Northwest Middle School, any addition or changes needed for making Fountain Inn a K-8 as far as the kitchen and the food service area, that all comes out of Fans fund balance as well, as does routine equipment replacement for all the kitchens within the district. But all that money has to go back into a Fans related expenditure.
And I love what you're saying, Dr. Royster. My heartburn is when you say USDA, is there something that we should maybe be cautious about?
Well, right now, we don't have any information that would cause us to believe there'd be an interruption to the USDA funds. We have enough in their fund balance to carry them for a significant period of time if we had to do that. Even if funds remaining after spending for these projects. Because you have to, what that money can be spent on is so restrictive that this won't spend down. I think, where's Robin? Robin, their fund balance end up being about how much after all this? Not including this transfer. So well in the mid to upper 20s. And every month we operate, it'll bump up a little bit. But again, very restrictive in how we can legally use that money.
Thank you so very much. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison Fair. Dr. Presley? No question, my fault. Ms. Doolin?
Thank you. Can anyone speak to what the plan is for the overflow projected at Bryson and Fountain Inn? This says there's going to be almost 400 student overflow within 5 years in that area. So what's the plan?
Talking about the seats available at the elementary. So one of the recommendations was to add additional seats at the Fountain Inn K-8. Those aren't accounted for in there.
Okay. But so this isn't just only elementary school?
Oh, which slide are you referencing?
28. It says 168. Well, negative 168.
Yeah, that's the elementary. So are you talking?
The addition at Fountain Inn is going to be for 6th through 8th, right?
No, there are two additions to Fountain Inn. There's an addition on the elementary side. I believe it's 200. I don't have the right slide in front of me.
Yep.
And then the other part is to accommodate the number of 6th, 7th, and 8th graders that would come up from the K-5 expanded population at Fountain Inn Elementary School.
Okay, and then would Bells and Rudolph Gordon maybe be able to absorb some of the overflow from Bryson?
We review all assignments annually, any new development, but also constantly as development occurs, if there would be need proposed, we would bring that to your attention.
Right now, there would be no capacity at Rudolph Gordon to accept any additional students unless somehow that population were to decline or those developments were to age out.
Well, it says that there would be 100 seats available.
Based on the population projection, right now there are no seats.
Correct. And then that attendance area is also had been identified as a high growth area. So as Mr. Saylors mentioned earlier, there could be development in that attendance area that may matriculate.
What we also have is the ability to, as we move forward, as we mentioned at the outset, obviously we do this every year and update it. There is sufficient property at Bryson Elementary School to make a sizable addition to Bryson Elementary School. We also continue to look for property. If you think about the area generally between, say, Five Forks and looking back towards Woodland, where we might locate a site there for future construction. You'll notice in here there's funding added to site acquisition because we're continuing to look for sites for future growth. We're just not ready yet to put them in as a specific site or location in the long-range facility plan.
Okay, thank you. My next questions were about security, and they're sort of just general. You mentioned the X-ray machine, but that is not for humans. That is for backpacks. Okay, and would that travel with the Evolve system, or would it just be independent?
It would be in conjunction with.
Okay, and then you said there was a new system that would attach on top of Evolve that was for brandished weapons?
That's part of our camera system. That would be on top of our existing camera system software that detects firearms.
And that is also, that's on the camera system on campus, not with Evolve? Okay, gotcha. That's what I was confused about. And then I have a finance question also. Y'all have said that this won't require a millage increase, but how much of it is going to, or how much bonds will need to be sold to meet all of these needs?
They size the bonds annually, but this is done within the projected value of the current millage. You want to speak more specifically to that, Robin?
Yes, ma'am. Each year, we use the capital improvement program as the basis of our bond sale. And so when we present a budget at the end of June, it's truly based on the capital improvement program. And then once we actually go to market, which is in September, we review what we have available in our cash versus the planned expenditures, and it may have us tweak the amount of the bonds we are able to sell. And it is also a multi-year plan. It's not as this is. This, again, we base our bond sales on this multi-year plan. So our bond sales are based on what we have in any one year, adjusted by any cash flow that we have available in August.
Well, almost any project of any size is broken out over initial draws for the first phase of design and construction, the center phase, which is generally the most expensive phase, and the third phase, which is the finishing of the project, which is lesser in size than the center of the project. Because you also have to, there is a rule about how much time you have to spend down bond proceeds. And if you don't, you go into arbitrage and you cannot obtain any interest off of holding those bond proceeds.
Okay, so this is closer to 1.1 billion over 5 years, but taking out 70 million from the fund balance just means there's 70 million that we won't need to sell bonds for?
There's 70 million for which you would not have to sell bonds, and there's 10 million in bond interest income or debt service interest income that would also offset bond sales. So it's all designed to stay within the millage that currently exists over the life of the program.
Plan. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Doolin. Ms. Slaventis Wells.
Dr. Royster, when do we finish paying on the BEST project? When does that end?
If fiscal year 29, date December of 28. That's the reason when you look in there and you see all those projects, particularly replacing these very outdated career centers.
Yes.
They're all right there in that like 30, 31, 32 time frame.
So when that finishes, where does that put us?
It should put us in an excellent position to replace our most aged facilities, which you know the list of those. We did that assessment of our facilities several years ago.
Sure.
Brought in an outside engineering firm, utilized our own personnel to analyze the condition, generally speaking, of the buildings that were outside the BEST program.
Yes.
And begin to replace those.
Yes.
One of the ones in the near term is Bryson Middle School. But in the longer term, beginning with the payoff of the last BEST debt.
Right.
That's one of those projects. So many of them where you see like August 31, 32, 31.
Notice that.
Those are all aligned to be able to utilize the existing millage rate to ensure that we've replaced those most outdated facilities.
That's what
almost all those career centers, with the exception of Harley Bonds, which is even older. Parts of it are newer. And parts of them have been added to or renovated. They were generally all built in the mid-'60s.
Right.
So they are very outdated, both in their design and they're reaching the end of what you would assume their life expectancy to be.
Knew it was coming up, and I just wanted to make sure I was figuring it out. Thank you. Thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Leventis Wells. I do have 2 or 3 questions. On slide 30, I just kind of want to make sure that I understand exactly what we're doing with all of our career centers. Are those going to be totally redone, all of them, or exactly what's the case there?
Donaldson, total new facility on a site we have already acquired, but inside Donaldson Center. Inouye Career Center, likely an entirely new facility, but we may incorporate some of the significant addition renovation that we did probably 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Golden Strips Career Center, likely a complete rebuild. We mentioned earlier about a new South Bus Center. If you've been down to that Career Center, the bus center, that Golden Strip Bus Center sits physically on the same property. That would allow us to continue to operate that Career Center and build a new one on the bus center property. That's why it's important for us to get that bus center relocated to another site to align with the construction of that. Harley Bonds, likely some significant, probably demo of some of the existing, but some new construction as well. Harley Bonds, as you may recall, actually sits on the site and includes the building of the old Greer High School. It is the largest of all the facilities that serve as career centers, and it has some advantages to being able to keep the older part of the building, but we also need some new and additional spaces there for technology more appropriate to career development now than would have been when that career center was constructed. The addition to it for the career construction, the career part, is probably about 94 or 95. Since then, we've done some other renovations, including we converted the gym to what's, I think, the largest welding lab in a high school or high school level career center in the state of South Carolina. So there's some advantages to certain parts of that building retaining it. And we also have some MSAP and HSAP physically located there. And that would be true of some of the other centers as well, but some of those we'll be able to separate. For example, at Donaldson, we would leave that at the existing Donaldson property, save the most recent addition to that building, add a little bit to it to be able to relocate West Greenville, some other things there, and move all the career center to a standalone property. So it's a little bit of a mix, but it's majority of new construction.
Thank you. Is the need to create the new bus center, does that partially the reason for moving up Bryson Middle School, its construction by a year, or what other factors are leading into that?
Well, there are a couple of reasons there. One, it would be good to do that, but we don't really need that time and space to do it. The more important thing was to have Bryson Middle and Fountain Inn K-8 aligned to open the same year. So the population that currently goes to Bryson Middle, part of that population will remain at Fountain Inn in the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Now, they won't go to Bryson Middle. The rest of the Bryson Middle attendance area will go to the new school. So we didn't want two different transitions for students. We wanted to be able to make the transition in the same year. We're ready to go with Bryson. We already got the property acquired. The sooner we can construct it, the cheaper it will be to construct it. But most importantly, to align those two. We needed to move Fountain Inn up a year, out a year, allowing us a little more time to acquire some neighboring property, which will make it easier and less expensive to lay out the building than if we only have the property we have currently acquired or in the process of acquiring.
My final question was about Fountain Inn Elementary, the K through 8, about us moving that back. So I certainly think that answered that as well. So I certainly appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sailors.
Let me go ahead and make the motion if I could, please. Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the administration's recommendation to approve the transfer of $70,740,080 of unassigned general fund balance to the building fund, to transfer $750,000 of unassigned fund balance to the building fund, and to use the use of $10,682,640 in building fund interest earnings for the capital improvement program as presented.
So we have a motion that has been made that was coming from the administration, and we have a second. And just to mention, there is a separate motion also that is attached to this item that we will come back to here in just a few minutes. But at this point, is there any further questions or discussion on this motion? If not, then we will proceed to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make the second motion to approve the March 2025 Long-Range Facilities Plan and Capital Improvement Project Program as presented.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions regarding this motion? Okay, we will go ahead and proceed to a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. So that concludes the buildings and grounds section this morning. So Dr. Stiles, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cochran, for chairing that, and thank you so much to our presenters today. Each of you did a fabulous job, very thorough. I appreciate that so much. Before I consider a motion to adjourn, just a couple of announcements that I would like to make. I would like to remind all trustees to either see Anthony before you leave today or leave your laptop with him at the conclusion of the day for a needed update prior to the end of the month. That's very important. Also, following the adjournment, we will take a 30-minute break for lunch, and then we will return to the boardroom for our special call meeting to order. So now I will consider a motion to adjourn the Cal meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Mrs. Doolin has made a motion,
Second.
and we have a second from Mrs. Middleton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The motion carries. Our committee of the whole meeting is adjourned at 12:01. We will meet back in here to call our special call meeting together at 12:30. The meeting will come to order. I need a motion to go in executive session.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we go into executive session for the purpose of reviewing the results of our annual board self-evaluation.
Second.
Mr. Sailors has made a motion. Ms. Leventis Wells has made a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The motion carries. We'll now report back to conference room A for executive session. Thank you. The meeting will come back to order. I would like to inform our audience that our board just left executive session to review the results of our annual Board of Trustees self-assessment. No decisions were made and no votes were taken. I need a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair. Good. Motion to adjourn?
Ms. Middleton has made a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Sailors has made a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Our special call meeting is ending at 2:57 p.m. Have a great evening, everyone.